Welcome. Hola, everyone. Are we in? Am I live? I didn't set that up. I gotta go look if I'm live. I can never remember. I'll get good at this, I swear. After maybe a few years. Yep, thank you, Twitch. Am I live? Oh, I'm live. Live? Oh, I'm live. And you can hear me. How pog is that? Let's make a little announcement, shall we? It's gonna be a little different today. I had to scroll up so I can remember what my announcements look like. A little bit different today. We're doing a side project. The beginnings of something new. Sure. Oh. Don't tell anyone. It's fine. Everything is fine. Hopefully when you edit an @ in there, it still gives everybody the notification. Also, shout out RPWH, the most recent donator. They do like Rust, but they also are a wonderful contributor to the channel, so I appreciate them nonetheless. Grammar do Parser Boy, hello. What is up? It's been a long time. How is backlaying doing? That's yours, right? That's the one you were working on? How's it going, Grammar to Parser Boy? Thank you so much for tuning in. I very much appreciate it. I guess I just got to get started. So let's make a thing. We're doing something new. Imagine that. Me doing something that isn't compiler work. I know, it's unheard of. It is unheard of. So what we are going to do... Yeah. We're just going to create a little... I don't even know what to call it. It's going to be a notes program. So... should I just call it Notes? I could call it C Note. That's kind of funny. Like a $100 bill, a C Note. Sure, why not? And we're going to write it in like C++, I think. We're just going to have some fun in C++. Try and get something constructed really fast. So let's start with a Readme, I guess. Right? We'll do an org Readme. Use mx make directory ret to create this directory and its parents. Emacs is cool like that. Grammar du Parser Boy says, yeah, I make progress on backlaying. I recently fixed a bug that is necessary to write programs. Jumps. Now I have implemented a macro called to-do to get a warning, and it can be used to generate a to-do list. Oh, that's so sweet. Hostman says, hi. King Buns says, PogChamp. What's up, King Buzz? What an entrance. I love the PogChamp entrance. That's pretty PogChamp. Marcelina says, hi, what are you going to work on today? Oh, that just reminded me. I got to change the title. Oopsie. Oopsie. Ooh, I broke things heavily. Yeah, this will be fine. What should we call it, chat? Let's go with side project. And then we're going to go C++. GUI. Sure. Sure. That's what we can do. That looks good. King Buns says 24-hour org mode tutorial confirmed. Uh-oh, C++ GUI. Yeah, welcome to the danger zone, bud. Yeah, so that's what we're gonna do, and it's gonna be C Note. I kind of like the name. It's growing on me. King Bun says, I just learned basic C. My brain isn't ready. You'll be fine, you'll be fine. It's simple enough. Here's the plan. Which is quite unlike me. I usually don't have plans. Here's the plan. I need to organize files. Like a lot of files. But they are all plain text. Or something akin to it. Markdown or similar. Right? Also, We'll do that. So I need to organize files, like a lot of files, but they're all plain text or something akin to it. They all have to do with one overarching topic, but themselves span many different topics. What is this saying? This is saying I'm gonna have a lot of stuff. So imagine you're creating, like doing world building, right? So you're creating world. And in that world, you're going to have like a timeline. And then you're also going to have like probably like a biology of all the creatures, like, right? Biology or like different things that are alive. Then you're also going to have to keep track of like places, right? And then within each of these, how would you find like how would you sort them here? Normally you'd put like what? Aquatic, right? And you would put land. But then what if you know about a creature, you can remember its name, but you don't remember whether it's in aquatic or on land? Then you have to search the entire aquatic folder and then search the entire land folder. And then any other folders that you end up adding, right? Like you may add sentient or different types of animals. You may have like reptiles, and you may want to search for all the reptiles, whether aquatic, land, or amphibious, right? There's also going to be amphibious in here. It's going to be a whole mess. So you'd have to remember just to get to a creature that you already know the name of, or what type it is, like, oh, it's a frog, it's amphibious. You would have to remember, okay, I got to go here, here, here. It's a hierarchy, right? And instead of a hierarchy, that's not really the best thing, because you don't always want to search by the same parameters. You don't always want to start at the top level and then know, I want a creature, it's aquatic, it's this creature. Sometimes you just want to go, I want to do with this creature, but only things that have to do with place or in timeline, like lore or history, right? So if you want lore or history about a certain creature, then how would you... you have to then replicate this entire hierarchy in the timeline folder, or you have to store the timeline data in with the... It's a whole mess. It's a whole mess. Do you see what I mean? So a hierarchy isn't always the best way to sort files, is what I'm getting to. But imagine that you have this hierarchy, but in each file, you end up with a tag, right? So imagine you have a tag of like animal. I'm gonna get rid of this, by the way. This is just for explanations. Sounds like a lot of tree traversal mess. Yeah. And cross-platform tree traversal mess. Welcome to hell. In any case, it's going to be okay. Instead of doing that and storing them in a hierarchy, if you could tag each file with any amount of tags, like let's say it's animal, aquatic, land, right? By having aquatic and land, it implies it's amphibious. And then you could say like egg laying. And you could specify everything about the animal, whether it's a predator, prey. You could do whatever you want, whatever tags you want in the world that are white space separated. So imagine you could tag an entry, like at the top of a file, similar to how org mode, you have the hash plus... Oop. Whoa. Chat, I broke things. I hit the Windows button instead of Control, and I broke things. What happened, chat? Oh no. Why is everything inverted? I broke my computer. Everything's inverted. Okay. Oh, there's a window under OBS. Okay. What? What did I do? What? You probably can't see this, which is hilarious. Everything on my screen went from black to white. King Buns says, cheers, I'll smoke to that. Oh, if you can't tell, I already did. Everything went white. I was in dark mode, now I'm in light mode. I think I opened magnifier somehow. Which, can you even see? I can't see if you can see it, to be honest. It's amazing. And, oh lord. Looks normal on stream. Incredible. Yeah, so everything just, all the colors completely inverted. It was so confusing. I just broke my computer. I don't even know what I pressed. I had to like hit Windows something something. And everything on the screen inverted. But I closed that window and it went away just now. So whatever Windows magnifier is, it inverted my screen for some reason. Which is pretty legendary. Anyway, Negvorsa, hi everyone. What's up, Negvorsa? How's it going? How's it going? Thank you so much for tuning in, Negvorsa. What is up? Welcome to our side project. Okay, so imagine that you have an entry right at the top of a file with like all the tags that are white space separated. And then all you have to do in the program is for every file in every subdirectory, let's just do that, yeah. For every file in every subdirectory, check for tags at beginning of file. We need some sort of marker here. Then we can simply, not very simply. So for every file in every subdirectory, check for tags at beginning of file. Need some sort of marker or format to look for. Then we can collect a list of tags, a set of tags, actually, because there are no duplicates, which each point to their own list of entries. We can have a list of entries that stores all files with tags. How does that sound? Right? So each entry will get its own tags, and then we're basically going to have a list of tags so that you can sort by tags and we know how many there are and stuff. But they're going to have their own lists pointing back over to the entries themselves, which are the files, which will store things like file paths and things like that, so that if you want to open it, for example, in a text editor or file explorer or something of that nature, then we can. King Bun says, hello, Nigvorsa. King Bun, sounds like I want to crawl back to Lisp for this, but I'm excited to learn some C++ and GUI. Oh boy, yeah, get ready. We're going to do everything from scratch. We're going to download it off the internet and like do it from there. So I hope it'll help people out learn how to more easily get into GUI programming, especially free and open source GUI programming. I love your name, by the way. Gizbaku says, why are you GUI? Why are you GUI? Ew. That's because I have cooties. Marcelina followed 11 minutes ago. I missed it, but thank you so much, Marcelina. If you're still lurking in the background, I'd thank you so much. Gizbaku says, just read the machine code from terminal like a regular e-girl. Why'd I read that out loud? My ego. Vimi says, huzzah! What's up, Vimi? It's been so long. It's the the dankness police. I'm gonna call that so I don't get in trouble. Hey! Now that's a dance. Oh, Marcelina puts the white heart. Thanks, Marcelina. I'm glad you're around. Then we can have the user select any amount of tags and only display entries matching any and all selected tags. Maybe eventually have different tools for tag selection so they can be excluded, included, etc. So that, for example, if you want to say, don't show me any entries with an animal in it, you could exclude the tag. But if you include the tag, that's what our default will be, and we'll just select them. How about that? How about that? Okay. Yes, yes. Oh, thank you everybody so much for tuning in. I'm glad you're here. Vimy, how's it going with you? Thank you for tuning in. What is up? It's been a while. I'm older now. I feel like an old man. No, I feel the same. But yeah, this is kind of the mission statement for C-Note, which I do like the name of. Oh yeah, by the way, when I was freaking out, I was talking about org mode, which we're not in for some reason. We're in fundamental mode. Probably another consequence of whatever buttons I manage to press and make my screens inverted. Gzbaaku says, how old are you? I am 20. Yep, that wonderful, wonderful 20. Vimy says, I'm fine, I guess. Jim just juiced me, lat that orange. Jim just juiced me, lat that orange? What? I'm not into the... I'm not cool enough to know any of the gym terminology. I just am young enough to stay fit and I don't have to do anything. I just sit in a chair all day and I'm skinny. It's lucky. I'm just lucky. I'm riding the high while I can. King Buns says, I just had a seizure with this. Maybe I'm high. But what did you say? King Buns and me are on the same page. Saraid says, yep. What's up, Saraid? How's it going? So good. We're working on a side project today, no compiler, sadly. Saraid says, I somehow didn't get pinged on Discord. I don't think anyone did, because I screwed up and I had to edit it in. I probably should have just made a new one afterwards. And I even said it on the stream. I'm like, I don't know if I edit in a ping, if it will actually ping everyone. So I probably managed to get a ping in there and without pinging everybody. I'm just that kind of streamer. Okay. So this would be like an entry with different tags. And then the user can select different tags and it'll show them different entries. It's just a way to sort files in every subdirectory into one place and easily sortable. Do you like that? It's also going to be free and open source in a C++ GUI program. So let's get that part going. First of all, in the beginning, there was darkness. But what we're going to do is create a repository. There it is. We're going to create a repository with Git. And we have done that now. So everything should be good. We can then push this repository into a GitHub repository that I'm about to create. Sure. Hey. Okay. So, open source GUI program, not program, GUI C++ library. Right, we can look at all of them. Let's go to CPP reference. I don't even know what they have. Graphics? Graphics? I may have went to the wrong place. I don't see any graphics. Graphic user, okay, we could use ImGUI, but yes, you can always use ImGUI. These are good. We have modified LGPL, LGPL v2, Boost, BSD3 clause, and MIT. Oh, that's scary. Mac OS, Linux, iOS, and Android. That's a little scary. I'm going to avoid that, but that's something to look into. Is this, yeah. Okay. I gotta look at it. It's on a Wix site, guys. I'm so curious. What is this? Pronounced extend. Okay. I've never heard of this. Have any of you heard of extend? Okay, I just became very curious. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, we're not gonna delve that deep. Oh god, Sorade says, are you gonna use a library or write one from scratch? We're gonna use a library, because if it's louder, then you're probably still gonna be working on it in December 2023. Yep. Though to be fair, GUI makes me think of Qt, so that's that. I mean, you can use Qt, but I will say Qt is a bit like using a boost library. It has to do everything. It has its own event loop. It's a bit like using a sledgehammer to drive a nail into a wall. Exactly. King Bun says, I saw it on Reddit a couple times. That's really cool. I'm kind of curious in this. I'm going to keep this open for myself. I'm curious. Let's see an example. I gotta look. Oh god. This is not a Hello World example. Is there a graphics? Here we go. Oh, it can draw PNGs? Oh lord. Oh my. Oh, that's very cool. You can draw into it. Okay. This is a very impressive library. This is exciting. Okay. Extend. Anyway, I don't think we're going to use that because I don't know what extend is about. I'm scared to learn new things. We can try. King Bun says, well, working with it ain't cute. Sorade says also, QT is pronounced like cute. It can be. It probably should be. Lico13, also, I missed your chat from earlier, says, dang, you're so young. And then just recently said, cutie. Aw, thanks, cutie. QT. I just say the letters. I know it's wrong. It's okay. What is main example? I'm just curious about all of this. How do I just get a window? I don't want a console. I want a window. See, that's command line interface. That's drawing. Okay, here we go. Forms. They call them forms. Just show me a message box. Exactly. Nice. So you create a form, you can click a button, and it creates a box. Impressive. Very impressive. It looks like they have their own like build system that you build, which sounds pretty cool. I'm very curious in this. I'm going to keep it open. But I'm going to use something I'm more familiar with. I've used Wx Widgets in the past, and I think I know how to use it. It's also free and open source, even to people who want to use it for proprietary services, I'm pretty sure, which is not the best, but it's okay. It exists for a reason. Sorade says, I mean, I also like cutie more than cute, but I've only ever heard people pronounce it like cute. It's true. King Bun says, I haven't paid with much GUI at all. I was looking at GTK, I think, though. GTK is okay. It's just hard for me to wrap my brain around it. So GTK is like, it's fine. There's literally nothing wrong with it. A lot of the world was built on it for a long time. But if you look at just what it looks like, it's like, they have things called signals instead of events, and you have to like connect signals. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a little more confusing than just binding functions to event types, which is what Wx Widgets is about. It's very simple, and all we need is very simple, luckily. Anyway, just go to Wx Widgets and you can download now, and here's what you're gonna have to do. It's gonna be a whole mess. I recommend downloading the documentation, right? So we're going to download the HTML documentation in case we need it. Sorade says, also Qt can be a bit of a mess, but at least you're not doing networking. Jeez. King Bun says, yeah, it looks kind of wild. Yeah, there's a lot to do, but then I'm just going to download, I don't think I need the source code. I don't think we'll need it. And then it says download Windows binaries. This is what we'd like. I use TDM GCC. What a nice, what is this? Hamburger? I can't remember what these are called. It's very beautiful though. It's a nice menu. Good animations. Good web design. Wx Widgets. Good web design. So we can download the header files that we're going to need to include. That was in a 7-zip, sadly. Hopefully it's fine. Then we can download the development files for 64-bit, which is where we are, and the release DLLs. I know. It's a mess. That's what Windows is like. Once all of these download, I'm going to send you guys back to Emacs while I move them out of my downloads folder. So let's go make somewhere to put these guys. I'm just going to have it be in here. It's going to be in the git ignore. Also, we're going to have to steal a bunch of stuff from another git ignore. So we're adding Wx Widgets, and then we're going to do Wx Widgets slash, I'm just going to do a.txt. And then that should have made the, yeah, we should be good. Then I can close this, but I still have Wx Widgets as a directory. So now I can just move everything into there. Sir8 says, you're downloading it? Imagine not adding every last dependency as a Git submodule. Shaking my head. Yeah, yikes. No, I'm just going to rely on the user to be smart enough to do it. Building, right? Sure. We'll do that. Building. Wx Widgets. We're going to need 3 things, right? Oh god. Let me go move everything from my downloads folder. Okay. Into programming. Streama. Can take you guys along with me now. C-Note, Wx Widgets. Ooh. This is the old school version of how you would use libraries if you don't want to build them yourself. And it's not too hard. People make it more complicated than it is, really. Oh boy, that's the wrong view. Sure. Okay, just get me to index, please. Index. Is there an I in here? I don't want to dare use Windows search. Is there an I in here? And we got G. Here we go. Looking for index, baby. There it is. Alrighty, here we go. Should be good. So now, here's the user manual for Wx Widgets, which we can check out. Why choose? I don't need to be sold on Wx Widgets. Perfect. Let's look at a hello world example, and we're going to work from here. So it says, for compilers that support pre-compilation includes blah. So this is probably our little include thing that we would like to do. So we're also going to have Wx Widgets. Where is it? Here. Perfect. Wx Widgets. Negvorsa says in enter. Sorry, it says it's really not that complicated, says Lens, while manually downloading and unpacking 4 zip files for a single dependency. You only have to do it once, my guy. It's the same as downloading any program. It's okay, I promise. But yeah, you just download what you need. So now if we check it out, we have our headers, we have our release DLLs, our libraries, that need to be bundled with our, what is it? Bundled with our final executable. Can't think of words right now. The rage inside me boiling up. And then here we have all of our actual libraries and the DLLs that go along with them. How beautiful is that? And then we have some custom includes for different setups. So this is Microsoft Windows, MSW. And then they have U, which is for non-debug, and then UD, which is for debug. And we're just going to go with debug only. Alrighty. So really, I'm going to start creating a little compile.sh for myself. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to commit this. I'm not sure what the build system is going to be. We may use CMake with like user configured variables. Who knows, right? In any case, this is what I'm going to do for now, because this will be the easiest for me. Basically, I'm just going to create compile.sh and slowly build the compile command. So it's going to be just main.cpp, and it's going to end in creating main.exe. Then we can just write source/main.cpp. Ooh, it's mad about that. And add that there as well. And this is where we can begin our C++. Look at me writing C right away. Yep, it's going to take me a bit. Okay. How's that? And let's try and create this. And then I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to make it my compile command in Emacs, as you can see down here. And then I'm just going to run it. It finished. So now I get main.exe, which I can just run as a shell command in Emacs. And you can see shell command failed with code 6.9. So we have officially compiled the program. We know how to do that. That's a good sign. So now let's start trying to follow our little hello world example. Again, we can use XRC resource files, but we're not going to right now. We're going to keep it simple. So what we're going to do is try and include all the headers for Wx Widgets. That way we don't have to worry about including specific headers that we're using. So we're going to use literally just copy and paste what they give us, and then just compile again, right? Fatal error. No such file or directory. And the reason that is because we don't tell the compiler where to look for these headers. So we have to add an include path to, remember we downloaded those header files, and we got to include those, baby. And those are here. And if you use MSVC, you also have to include these. It's a whole thing. Okay. Marcelina, is there a way to make Emacs fill in the closing parenthesis when defining a scope? Because I've run into too many errors because it didn't. You mean smart parens or electric paren mode? So smart parens basically, where does it say? It doesn't say what it does at all, which is hilarious. Still nothing. Probably have to go to smart parens mode. Nope. Anyway, smart parens is something that makes it when I put in the left paren, there's a closing paren, and it also does quotes and single quotes. You can make, I don't have it do brackets, but I'd love for it to do brackets. Marcelina says probably, I'm new to it. And then I think built into Emacs, there's electric pair mode. And electric pair mode is probably what you're looking for as well. It does the same thing with brackets and things like that. But yeah, and then you just have to enable it globally because it's a minor mode instead of enabling it into every buffer you visit. So sometimes they just have a global version, which you can check out. What were we just talking about? Oh, electric. So you'd probably have to set electric mode to T as set queue default, right? Sorry, this is totally Emacsy. Also, please, no. But you can use setQDefault, which will mean that even buffer local variables have a new default value. And then you can set, what is it, electric pair mode to T, something non-nil, so it'll be activated. And then it'll be active in every buffer you visit. But there's more complicated ways to do this as well, to only activate certain minor modes based on the buffer you're within, or what major mode you're in. Anyway, we have to give it a path, and for me, that's going to be Wx Widgets, right? Wx Widgets / Wx Widgets 321 headers / include. So this little thing here happens to be the same as that. Look at that. So now if we add this as an include, we should hopefully run into what we need. We do not. The classic. That's because I didn't actually add this to the compile command. You'll notice. And now it's complaining, yep, this is a Wx thing. It says, hey, setup.h is missing. So the actual headers, they include something called setup.h. And remember when we were checking out the libraries, oh god. Marcelina says, all right, gonna try that. Thank you, of course. Hopefully it helps. Surraid says cpp ew.cc is subjectively the only correct file extension. True. Oh, Surraid also earlier said, also since this is C++ now, not C, I promise I'll try and stop suggesting cursed macros and switch to suggesting cursed temp and const expression nonsense instead. Oh lord. Oh no. Marcelina says, oh yeah, I already read that. My bad. That's what happens when I get off track. So as you can see, there's this MSWU, which we're going to use. We're going to use the debug version, and you can see in here is setup.h. So we actually just have to include this thing here as well, which I'm going to do from Emacs in the same way. So Wx Widgets, and then go to the dev stuff that we downloaded, the libraries, debug, and that would be the path that we need. So we're going to add that as well. How about that? And then this we can paste into our compile command, and hopefully, perfect. That's perfect. So now, it looks scary, right? There's literally 400 lines of errors, but want not, because it is easy to solve. Let's take a look at what these are saying. They're in my temp folder, which heartily leaks a bunch of data. In my temp folder, you can see that there's an undefined reference to Wx critical section enter and Wx critical section leave, and Wx window base get capture. Wx window base is enabled. Wx on assert. Wx window base is descendant. All of these are undefined references, which means that we got through all of compilation. The assembly was generated, no problem. But when it was attempted to be linked together, it didn't work. Right? It's an undefined reference. It said you tried to reference this thing, but during linking, it didn't fill in its data. We don't know what memory address to fill in here. The linker gets confused and it says, hey, this is an error. We can't go past this. And there's a lot of these errors. This is because we are not linking with the proper libraries, which is what we have here, right? So in this folder, we're going to add Wx Widgets, right? And then we go to the development files, into the lib, into GCC, blah, blah, blah. And this path, right? This is going to be our files to link with. That's where they can be found. Oh boy, I can't speak. So we can use the capital L to add library search paths, and then we can use the lowercase l to actually link with some of these libraries. And we're going to use Wx Widgets because they actually state, hint, I read this for the stream, but they actually state which files you need to use, or which libraries you need to link with in every single Wx program. We're probably going to have to go to building. Building with, I don't know where it is, honestly. We're going to find it, though. Not there. We're looking for the building. It may be in the, just on the website itself as well, which we could look at. Online manual. Here we go. Hey, look, that looks familiar. So this looks like the same thing. Can we just do building? Pretty sure I read this somewhere. It was like building a program. Yeah. Well, it's somewhere. Maybe it was when looking at the installation? I don't know. Because, yeah, here it is. Building applications using Wx Widgets. Chat, I found it. I didn't mindlessly search for that long. I actually found it. And the reason this is important is because this right here. Look at this. The exact list depends on which libraries you use and whether you built Wx Widgets in monolithic or default multilib mode, and basically should include all the relevant libraries from the directory above, e.g. bleh. For a debug build of an application using the core library only, all Wx Widgets application use the base library. So all of these libraries are needed just for the base functionality. And the horrible thing they did is they put them in a certain format, so it's not going to work. But it's going to be fine. What I'm going to do is this, right? We don't need .lib is the problem. So we can just use a little bit Emacs magic and get rid of all of those. And then use a little bit of Emacs magic and do that. We're going to need a -L in front of each of these. And then we're going to have to join them back up again. And that is what we're going to put into our compile command. Isn't that amazing? Once you've done this once, you can then just copy this compile command and hopefully, perfect. It cannot find some things. That's because they named them 31. And if you'll notice, this is 32. So the ones we downloaded is actually 32 and not 31. I don't know if that's a versioning thing or what that is, but we can go ahead and just replace 31 with 32. Maybe they're just trying to make sure people know what they're doing in their copy and pasting. There's still more 31s because I just updated this and not the compile command. Perfect. Okay, way more undefined references. That's interesting. I wonder why. Undefined reference to Wx object ref. Wx object, nope, Wx critical section enter, event handler. Yeah, there's the same amount. Interesting. Ah yes, welcome to linker hell. That's right. We may have to link before we, well, we may have to link after then. So what order do we go in? Core, base, TIFF, JPEG, PNG, zlib, regex, expat. That seems fine. So, boink. Boink. There you go. I've dealt with this. You can tell I've had this exact problem. Suraid says, oh, exactly the problem as well. Suraid knew. Suraid, make sure you're putting the libs after the source. The order of the libs shouldn't matter. They just have to be after all the source files. Yeah, the order of the libs does matter on Windows, sadly. Windows has some funky stuff with the Windows runtime, right? In the G++ by default inserts them in a certain place. It's a whole thing. Windows main function is just a mess. Win main. Sorry, it says, see, you wouldn't have had this problem if you had just used CMake. If I just used CMake, I'd be doing this exact same thing. Because there's find package for Wx Widgets doesn't work on Windows until CMake 3.24, which isn't out yet. I mean, it's out, but it's not official or stable. So I have 3.22, which means I would have to be doing this exact same stuff, making a list of the libraries, and then just configuring them in the CMake configuration. The niceties of Windows. Sorry, it says WinMain at least makes sense, but _tmain is something else. Oh god, you are correct. You're correct. Don't scare me with such atrocities. So now we can run main.exe. We're going to do this from Windows Explorer so you can see something that you're going to run into. This doesn't work. Code execution, what an amazing error they spit out, by the way. Props to Wx Widgets for this amazing error. The code execution cannot proceed because wx msw32 ud _core gcc 1030 tdm x64.dll was not found. They literally tell you the DLL you're missing. Normally it just says abort. It doesn't work. Reinstalling the program may fix this problem. I bet you it won't. Hey look, it's telling us we need 2 DLLs. So remember those DLLs that are along with everything here? Yeah, we're going to need those. And they're going to need to be next in Windows. This is how it works. They need to be next to the program in the same folder as the program. And remember we use debug, so we need UD. So we need this one. And then, isn't there another one? We need the core. And I think that's all we should need on realistically. So we're going to need these 2. That's definitely going to need to be in the git ignore. Okay. Windows DLLs are just the worst. Yeah, they're not great. And now you can see the program runs. It doesn't tell... Oh, whoops. Yep, that's going to be a whole thing. You know you can open 2 Emacs at once? Is it Emacs or Emaxen? It's still just loading. There you go. Org mode was a rough one to start out on. Where'd the... Oh my. Chat. It's a beautiful Emacs. It doesn't have the... Oh. It doesn't have the Windows bar. How did this happen? Wait, chat. I've honestly never seen this. There's no Windows bar. Windows. Borderless Emacs. I've never seen this. I've wanted this for so long. Oh my god. How did I do it? I'm going to be studying this video for decades. How did I just do that? Sorry, it says, don't even get me started on the entire declspec DLL import nonsense. Oh no. It's horrible. Honestly, I don't want to close this now. This is beautiful. But I'm going to. You don't know what I'm on about. Look at this big white ugly bar. That's what I'm on about. I want to get rid of that so often. And that other Emacs didn't have it. I couldn't move the window because of it, but I don't care. It's Emacs. I just use it full screen anyway. You can also use like Windows left and Windows right to move the window around. F11 full screen. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Okay, anyways, that's official Emacs business. So it's working now. We can now run main.exe, and it fails with code 6.9 once again. So you can see when we didn't have the DLLs, it failed with code 53, and now it fails with code 69. How about that? which means it's working. And what that means is that we are now actually including and linking with the entire Wx library, which is pretty pog, right? And that means that we can probably get going on, you know, actually doing it. Also, they have a clear list. Here's what you need to do. Add include to the compiler. Very important. If using MSVC, prepend wxwin include MSVC to the include paths too, otherwise append MSWDO, MSWU, and possibly debug to the include paths where D should be used for debug builds only. This is describing the setup.h thing that we solved and the MSVC thing that you may have to do. This is a whole mess, I know, but it's not too bad. They also have a whole CMake tutorial if you want to go that route, which you can, but it has to do with making it it's a whole mess using a subdirectory. So you basically it'd use Git submodules, and I don't know if I'm there yet. I'm not there for this project. We can define this before we do anything, right? If we're on Windows, we could say if def win32, define this, make sure we get MSW. We could have Unicode, and it says to do this unless you want a deprecated ANSI build. We don't want deprecated, so we want to define this. Ndebug if you want release mode, and then Wx using DLL if you're using a DLL build of Wx Widgets. I don't know if we are, so you know, define that one at your own risk. Try it on the compile commands. Yeah, the command line. I can't speak. You know what I mean? What did Wx using DLL? Like that. If you want. That's optional. We are using a DLL, but I don't think it matters. It's just a specificity. I'm sure it matters in a certain case. Saraid says submodules. Marcelina said Emacsy. Emacsy? I see. But yeah, that is where we are at. And then we had the Hello World thing open. So it says every app should define a new class derived from Wx app. So in C++, there is derivation. So we can have a class, which is going to be called, we're just going to call it app. But you can use this funky colon operator and say it publicly inherits from Wx app, which means that everything in Wx app will be pasted at the beginning of app. And then anything you add here will effectively just add to this app class. It's inherited. All of its members are inherited, and its features. Saraid says, also, since you're using C++ now, you can also make use of command line options library if you're using at least C++20. If you need command line options, that is. We don't. I'm sorry. That's one of the few projects of mine that's more or less finished, lol. That's a good idea, but if we ever need command line options, we'll use it. But we don't need command line options as far as I know. So you see there's a virtual bool on init that we must implement, because I'm sure things in Wx app have this as well. And then I'm sure at some point, we're going to implement it ourselves. So then we say, okay, we're actually implementing this virtual function here. So I'm sure we're doing an override or a final, but either way, we're just going to go with what they say to do. I always forget semicolons. So in the app, which returns a bool, we want to on init. Look at how terrible that syntax is. And this to do, set up everything here basically, right? That's everything goes there. So it says we need a my frame. So we go back up. It says, okay, we also need a class frame, which is a Wx frame. Oops. And then this one's a little more complicated. Also, I gotta add the public marker. Okay. So we have a public constructor of frame. We have void functions for onExit. I think that's the only one we actually need. And it just reacts to a Wx command event. Is that right? No, it's a reference to a Wx command event. How about that? Sraid says, you can put override after the onInit decal to make sure you didn't misspell it. Perfect. That makes sure that there's actually a virtual function in an inherited class. As far as I know. Final would mean that this is the final app and you can't actually do anything. But I'm not sure if final actually works there. I know final works in inheriting. You can have a final class. Can you have a final virtual? I don't know. Also, if you're going to do class public, you can also just write struct. Where? But these are classes that we're inheriting from. We need inheritance. And what we're going to do as well is implement frame on exit. And again, this may be more streamlined in the future or implemented in a better way. I think we just call close with true. I can't remember. I've used this a lot. On exit, close true. Hey, look, we did it. And then what we can do, I know I'm jumping all around this tutorial. It's okay. We've done the headers. We've done the classes. They say to create an enum. I think we can create enums when we need them. Wx implement app. So we're going to need to implement the actual app. Is that how it is? That is how it is. And then just the name, it looks like, of the class, my app, which we called app. And I think we can now get rid of our main function based on this little macro here. And we probably now need to actually create one of our new frames. So create a new frame, just using the new instantiation, which creates a new heap allocated structure in C++. You can then free it with a delete. And we call show on it. And then we return true. And then I think in the frames constructor is where things are meant to go. Many things. Yeah. So we're going to use an initializer list to initialize the inherited class. And it looks like they just tell you to put in a bunch of zeros. Null, id any, hello world. Wx id any. And then this is probably window title, if I had to guess. I'm not sure what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's a window title. Sraid says, nope, that's C#, not C++. You're probably right. Everything is on the stack unless you use new. What? I know. We are using new. You just create a new heap allocated structure. But it still runs the constructor. Oh, he's responding to King Buns. Maybe. King Buns says he's answering my questions. Haha. I was like, did I talk about the stack? I don't even remember what I talked about. I was doubting my whole existence there. Thanks, King Buns. That helps a lot. King Buns asked, are classes heap allocated by default and structs not? Yeah. Everything's stacked by default, but Sraid gotcha. I explained the difference between class and struct a few messages up since you were acting. Sraid says class is the same as struct, except that classes are default private and structs are default public. Really? I didn't know that. Structs can inherit from a class and vice versa. I did not know that was allowed. That really doesn't matter. See, I figured if you had a class, you would have to put a struct as a member. But here I am being wrong. Class is just syntactic sugar. Interesting. I honestly did not know that. I thought it had more semantics than that. So this is where we set up literally everything. So create layout, create widgets, display, fill in data. That's where we're at, right? So we're going to have to figure out what we want. So we're going to want a... So if we look at overview of available classes, they have a whole bunch of stuff, but I think there's controls, right? That's a thing. And then there's also sizers, is what they call them. It is really helpful to have worked with something before. I know they call them sizers. Where are they? So in a window, which by the way is pretty much what a frame is. Look at this amazing, this amazing structure. Here's frame, which is a top-level window, which is a non-owned window, which is a window, which is an event handler, which is an object and trackable. See how that inheritance works? It's a beautiful diagram, truly beautiful, like maybe the best. But so our frame is a window because it inherits from one. So we can probably have things here. There's our sizers, sizing functions, okay. So you can sizes the window to fit its best size. We're probably going to want to do that at the end. And so at the end of this, we're going to want to say fit. And fit, yeah, should be work. We may have to use fit inside, but this should be good. So fit will make it so that the window is actually big enough to display all the things. Sorade says, it'd probably be the most useless keyword ever if it weren't for register. I mean, register isn't useless. It's just useless. Sorade says, your on-init is leaking the frame and also use standard unique putter. This is C++ now, so I won't shut up about memory leaks, etc. I don't care about things that live for the whole program. The frame dies with the program. If they close the frame, the program closes. This is the main window frame. It's a GUI program. We don't want it running in the background. This baby is leaked by choice. But I'm pretty sure close deals with that, no? It may not. I'm pretty sure it does. That may just close, in which case we'd have to create a destructor. I don't really think it's important. If you think it's important, we'll do it. If you think we should add a destructor in free frame or do anything of that sort. Is freeing this allowed? That would be pog. So we're going to have to do things. What are we going to have to do? So there's a lot of things. We're going to have to, I believe, set something within it. Set the sizer, is that what they called it? I'm just going to look. So that's definitely what it's on about. Here it is, window layout functions. Jesus. So it looks like set sizer is what we want. And that can use a Wx sizer. Look at this beautiful diagram. So we're going to use, what is a grid bag? Okay, I'm interested in grid bag. We're going to use a box sizer, because I'm pretty sure this, yeah, this is a div, a row or a column. What is a grid bag? Explicit positioning of the items is allowed using GB position. Virtual grid rows. And items can optionally span more than one row in our column. Awesome. Very cool. Grid bag is probably something good to use. That's like flex grid, CSS. Sorade says, also, please don't free this. You got it, boss. Or delete this, for that matter, Lamau. But it can clean itself up, man. Look, on exit, we'll just delete this. Easy. For those that don't know, this in C++ refers to the pointer to the object, which you're calling from. So in a frame function on exit, then this refers to the frame pointer you're calling from. And because it's heap allocated, then you can free it. Sorade says, freeing it properly does help distinguish variables that live for the entire program from actual leaks if you're using a SAN though, just saying. That's probably a good idea. Verlio says, ooh, side project. What's up, Verlio? Thank you for tuning in. Suraid says, but what if you want to open 427 frames and 38 different threads concurrently inside of an application that doesn't terminate? Shaking my head. Right? What are we going to do if we want to do that? We're going to write a different program. Lamau. Negvorsa says, we see nothing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I probably didn't do that. I'm bad at that. These are the diagrams I was looking at. I was looking through here at these constraints as just a big list of functions. I searched for sizer. I was like, where is it? And then I found the constraint sizers and window layout functions. Yeah, that's it. This was the diagram I was looking at. Because a window is an event handler is an object and trackable. And we have a Wx frame, which is a top level window, which is a non-owned window, which is a window. And because of that, then we can look at the window's member functions, and all of those will be within our frame. That's all I was saying. Probably helps being able to see. Suraid says, yes, the class dependency diagrams. That gives me LLVM vibes. It's just, yeah, Doxygen, baby. Suraid says, also, you can put the function definitions inline in the struct class defs if they're directly in the CPP file anyway. Yeah, we're going to move things around. That's the idea. We're just getting stuff up and running. King Bun says, wow, that makes so much sense. I didn't realize the class name is just a pointer. Sorta. So frame in and of itself isn't a pointer. But when you say this, the this keyword gives you the pointer to the class you are within. So because there must be an instance of the class that is calling this, then that means that this class has called it. Does that make sense? It's a member function attached to a specific instance. And actually, you can always put function definitions directly in the struct, even if the struct is in a header. Don't you get, is it not like C? You don't get multiple dependency, like multiple includes that all define the same function? King Bun says, yeah, that makes sense. Hey, perfect. So create layout, create widgets, fill in data. We're going to want a box sizer, I think is what we decided. We're going to put that up here. And we're going to say this is our layout. It is just what we're going to do. And we're going to do something like this. And then update our to-do. Create widgets, fill in data. So now we need to create widgets. What widgets would we like? Oh boy. Let's look at an object, huh? There's got to be widgets in here. No, we can look at controls, I think. That's where we should go. Perfect. Controls. These should be a bunch of controls. A list of strings for single or multiple selection. That sounds like what we need for our tags. And then maybe we should just use a bunch of buttons. Just a push button. So each file, each entry that has tags, it's just a button, and when you click on it, it'll open it or navigate to it or do something like that. Let's do that. In that case, we're going to need somewhere to put the buttons. So we're going to need an entry list. And then we're going to need probably a vector of Wx button pointers or something. Look at me writing C. If you see me doing that, let me know. Okay, I fixed it. Everything's fine. Suraid says, if it's a free function, then you'll get ODR problems. Yeah. Suraid says, all the widgets. Yeah, we're going to use them all. We could just call this entries and tags, I guess. So tags, we're going to make a list box, right? That's what we decided. Because we want to be able to select multiple on and off. This is exactly what we want. So we need to create a list box. Yep, it has events. That's good. Default constructor, creating and showing a list box. Okay, so it looks like we're going to have a list box that comes in and out. So this is going to be like a pointer that we reset all the time and create a new list box and replace. Also, forget Qt, the truly chaotic evil answer to what GUI library should I use in terms of complexity is Unreal Engine, because it also is a widget system, lol. If you see me writing C, just let me know. 5 minutes earlier? Yeah, we don't need to free that. I'm even thinking in C. It's a problem. Tags. And then we're going to have... How do we actually add a tag? Sets the label for the given item. Well, how do we set the amount of items? Two-step construction. So it looks like you can just use Wx listbox to create a basic thing, and then you can use this create to actually fill in what would normally be done. Okay. Okay. Sir Aid says, though to be fair, raw pointers to widgets is a fairly common thing in GUI libraries. Yeah, I should probably be using like standard unique putter, but Hail Mary. So what if we just had a list box and then we kept calling create on it? Is that okay? We can just call create on it anytime we want to like create a new, like change where it's being used. Can we just have a list box? I think this will work. Right? I think this will work. King Bun says getters and setters. Ree! Soraid says no, that's Java, not C++. Lamau. Did you just put an actual tongue? Wait. This is what Soraid just typed. That's a tongue. What character is that? How'd you type that? Describe chart. It's a Latin W? Soraid says thorn. Verlio H with the immediate. Thorn? Nah. That's a capital thorn. Ah yes, the Icelandic alphabet. King Bun says, how could I forget? So that's the Icelandic alphabet? Crazy. Why? It's a capital letter thorn, that's where it said it. Why? It looks like a tongue, I guess, is why. How do you know how to type that? It's beautiful. Okay, so we have tags. And then when we create it, how do we actually specify what the tags are? We need an array of Wx string and a number. Okay. I think, is there like an array of strings? There's gotta be an array of strings. Don't do me like that. Yeah, okay. Look at us. Wx array string. So that will probably be the tags. This will just be the tag list. Okay. Okay. As to why I have that on my keyboard, there's also a fairly simple reason. Conlanging. Nice, that's fair. I'm not into using... I just use the Roman alphabet. If there's not enough letters in the Roman alphabet to represent all the sounds you're using, maybe you're using too many sounds. Sarade says that and the fact that my keyboard layout has 8 layers. Oh my god. On that note, have I shown you my keyboard layout before? You have not. That sounds really cool. I remember looking into it a bunch when I was researching new keyboards. Okay. So we now have a new layout. We're going to need the entry list as the same thing. We're going to need to add, is it literally just called add? I don't know what it's called. It's called add on the array. I would have to go here. You append to a menu bar. They have no sizers here. They didn't have a single sizer. They just used the menu bar and the status bar. Which is fair. But, that's fine. Let's go with its add. I could probably turn on company mode and figure out what we have, actually. Do we have add? Oh, I'd have to turn on egglet. Oh, and then it's gonna really complain. Because I don't have CMake giving egglet the juice. I'm sorry, egglet. I lied to you. We're gonna go with add. And I want to add the entry list to the layout. But then I also want to add something else. I want to add, I guess, the tag list. It'd be the list box. And then I have to, like, actually create those two things. So what if I said, like, oh boy. Sarade says, I put it in general. Ooh. This is chaotic evil. Oh no. Okay, when do you type A? I guess you probably do often for conlanging. You have cents, euros. Do you have yen on here? What currency don't you have? You have copyright and registered. What's that symbol? I just came up with that on my own. What is that symbol? Is it just a fancy X? Because I literally just came up with that where you do a fancy line and then slash it. Is that already a thing? When do you type AE? Look at my Discord name, lol. Oof. Yeah. Statement expression plus 2 times go away equals GCC explodes. Lamau. This is definitely chaotic evil. I appreciate that you have pi, but not phi. Or you have phi. Oh, you do have phi. It's on F. That's fair. This is amazing. This may be the scariest keyboard layout I've ever seen. Sorry, it says, I have basically the entire IPA on the keyboard. That's incredible. You could literally write in the bracket notation. That's incredible. Sarade says, X, the fancy letter I was talking about, is the Greek letter chi and the IPA symbol for the voiceless uvular fricative. Damn. So the Greek letter chi, I literally just independently came up with in a conlang by myself. The Greeks did everything first. Including everything I think of, apparently. King Bun says, you should just switch to APL at this point. True. True. I don't know. What's APL? I honestly don't know. I probably know. I've known at one point, but I don't know right now. So we're gonna do something like tags add. We're gonna have to look here. So the array string. Is it add? It's add, and we just use Wx string. which I'm assuming we can just create from a string. And what we're going to do is say, add a Wx string of this is a test. Then we're going to say tag list.create, and this is going to be a whole mess. Because tag list create, I just panicked in my mind. I was like, wait, have they not been seeing the browser? Am I still locked onto Emacs? We're good. We good. Also, something we should do is set the main sizer. That's something we were looking at earlier, but we never actually wrote. We'd like to set the sizer to the layout and then fit. That can all go together. So taglist.create, there's a whole bunch of things that we need to tell it. So we have array string, but I'm looking at list box, and I'd like to create it. So we need a window parent. Remember that the window is the frame. Window ID, 0, the 0 with list box. I'm pretty sure that's just a unique ID. Or should we use Wx any ID? Sure, I don't know. We have point, Wx default position, and Wx default size. Yes, we would like the defaults, baby. And then we have an integer for the number. So this is going to be tags.count or something like that. And then tags. Hopefully there's an iterator. Is there an iterator to get to the beginning of the array? Perfect. It does. It doesn't talk about it. It just talks about the iterator ones, but it does have them, I'm presuming, because it says it's a vector, which means it should have begin and end, and be able to do auto-ranged for loops and stuff. We good. Sir 8 says APL is a programming language. Oh, well, now. Verlio says APL is based. Sir 8 says this is Conway's Game of Life in APL. Life. Is that really? That? Emacs lagged. It's like, you don't even have the symbols in your font, but oh, look at this amazingness. So this is APL, huh? Very interesting. It looks a little convoluted. That's Conway's Game of Life? I don't want to begin to understand it. That's terrifying. Oh my. Verlio H recommending 101 degrees dot stop sign 101 can be turned into degrees dot stop sign squiggly 2 dots above it tilde superscript 101, I think. Nice, he has an optimization. King Bun says it's a pretty amazing language if you are stupid smart. I don't think it's amazing if there's a bunch of letters you can't type in it. What's the rules of APL? Verlio says, just get a better keyboard, shaking my head. I really should. At this point, it's true, I do have money. I had a budget at one point set aside for the keyboard, then I was like, well. So we have tags count, tags begin. We need a long for style. Remember style for the list box. We need Wx lb multiple. Yeah. Let's go with that. Is there anything to do with events in the create? We have validator and string, which is a name. I think we're good. We good. So now that we create this tag list, to do populate entry list. Oh yeah, real nice. What did I screw up? No matching for Wx box sizer. Oh, so we need to tell it which way. This is right. Because it's either horizontal or vertical. Let's just go with they're both vertical for now. LanderXD says, oops, sorry. I forgot you were live. Not going to be able to watch for too long, unfortunately. That's okay, LanderXD. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate having you around. King Bun says, you type letters in order and they build on top of each other. It's a multi-dimensional array. Oh, Christ. It sounds horrifying. APL, that is. What else did I screw up now? No matching function for call to add Wx list box. Is it, there's probably some other, like we have to add given a specific window. Probably not here, sadly. It is not here at all. How wonderful. So it'd be ironic if that's correct, if I just remembered that, but I don't remember that. So we're going to look at a Wx sizer. That's what we're looking for. Yeah. And we're going to look at what it's got. Shouldn't there be an add? So maybe it isn't sizer itself. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Add. So if we would like to add... Oh. Okay. Looks like these are all of them. So we have window, proportion, flag, border, object. Is that what we need? RPWH says something new? Yeehaw! What's up, RPWH? How's it going? What is going on? Thank you so much for tuning in. I've been live an hour and a half now. We've been setting up Wx widgets for that C++ GUI experience, baby. Let's just see if that works. I don't think it will. Yeah, it's still mad. So it says candidate, add window int object. Wx listbox to int. Yeah, so I probably have to get the address. So why can I not add this? Do I just have to add a Wx object? I'm pretty sure listbox. How much you want to bet listbox is in this list? List item. Let's go to listbox and see what it is. It comes from an object, so listbox is an object. So we do want to add an object. So we just put 0, 0, 0. And then put a pointer to the object. Hey. What happened now? Whoops, I did the wrong thing. Ooh, I don't know what's happening. I was like, I don't know what's about to open. Visual Studio Code is opening. Why? Why is that the default for shell scripts? Windows. That's what a misclick gets me, though. It runs and then it doesn't. It runs and then it doesn't. RPWH says, going good. I'm trying to acclimatize to split typing. Ooh, that's something I'm very interested in. Hope you had a good birthday. Thank you. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Well, it certainly is confusing. Sraid says, ah yes, let's edit shell scripts in VS Code. That's definitely something. We just get exited abnormally with code 29. How nice is that? Proportion. What is proportion? Although the meaning of this parameter is undefined, it is used in box sizer to indicate if a child of a sizer can change its size. So maybe it's 0-sized? Okay. I think it can be 0 and it won't matter. Everything should be fine there. Entry list. Is that null? Entry list shouldn't be null. Tag list is a member, shouldn't be null. Array string shouldn't be null. Layout, non-null. Entry list, non-null. Entries, definitely null. Entries, but it's a vector, so it's there. It's a member. And we just add entry list. We don't even have anything in entry list. Suraid, what is proportion? Reads docs. So what is proportion? You're right. I'm screwing something up. I wonder if it's fit. It's probably not fit. Hey, look, it was fit. No, it wasn't fit. But we got a window opening. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I don't know what's going on now. Where's the, we had it somewhere. I'm just looking for the basic tutorial, but I definitely lost it. Definitely lost it. It was somewhere here. Yeah. Do they have examples that are more complicated on anything? Just curious. List control. Okay. Common dialogues. I don't think that's what I need. Just checking it out. It's a lot of docs. It's honestly nice to see. Nice to see. Still needs to be written, sorry. Rip. King Bun says, I like the markdown formatting on a Twitch message. Yeah. King Bun says, I'm more surprised by the fact that it worked. Like I completely understood the meaning even without markdown rendering. Hey. Sorry, it says, I guess maybe that's why Markdown uses the notation for emphasis. That, or we're all just too used to Markdown. We're all just too used to Markdown. That's definitely it. If anyone has any ideas for what's going wrong, that would be great. Yeah, still just gonna close on me. Does it have to do with this being ID any? Does it have to be 0? I don't know. It's still not happy. Code 29 is probably a Windows thing. I know what's going wrong. As to why, no idea. Lol. You're right. You're right. So maybe it's this create thing. Wx list box. Okay. Frame pointer to int. Why does it only want ints now? What changed? Still no good. Did I close it again? Probably closed it again. That may be it. There needs to be a true in there that we're not passing in. Maybe the default, but and it's not the issue. Definitely not the issue. We're really having troubles here. It'll be fine. Window sizing. So there's no, where's sizers overview? So for a box sizer, we can add an object to it in all these different ways. So window, proportion thing, 0, 0, 0, proportion, flags, border. So maybe flags are incorrect. Maybe we need like Wx. What would the flags be? Right? Wx sizer? I don't know. That's the issue. So do they have Wx sizer flag? No, it's just an int. Here we go. Wx sizer flags. What is this? Ooh. Oh my. Okay. So if I just look at sizer, they're only in flag bits, which doesn't really make sense. Gosh. So close, so close. Thought I had it. So what if, is Wx all a thing? Pretty sure all should be a thing. Yeah, it's definitely not it. Oof. Are you compiling with warnings enabled? Because if not, then that's definitely one of the things that's going horribly wrong. We can try. Really? Oh. The classic. Yep, ran it from the wrong place. Classic. What warnings do we got? Unused parameter event. That was so helpful. Oh my god. We did it. We figured it out. I'm just messing with you. Turns out we did not figure it out. What do you know? There's probably something I'm not doing. And we'll get to it. So if we look at the whole thing, there's bindings being done, which we should probably bind exit, right? But we don't have an exit, so it doesn't really matter. It should do it automatically. There's a status bar, menu bar. So we set our sizer. There's nothing we have to do. On exit, we call close. I'm running out of ideas. If we try and do none of this thing, can we get anything to show up? We can get a window, which I kind of knew, but that's not that helpful. We'll slowly figure out what the hell's going wrong. Tutorials can be a bit outdated sometimes. I mean, these are the docs that came with the instructions. I just tried to write too much code at once. I didn't know where I went wrong. So our sizer is fine. Is our entry list okay? Our entry list is fine. What about our tag list? Also, I should probably put like Wx grow if I remember correctly. That'll make it like stretch with the resized window. So this is definitely the issue, whatever this problem is. So how do we add the tag list? How do you add a list box to a sizer? We're going Google. Add to sizer. Sure. Okay. He's doing a placement new with the object first. So sizer with the object first. That's getting me. Because I would think you'd have to put in the window. So when you add an item, see if you're adding a sizer, then you can just add the sizer itself with flags. You hear my voice cutting out? Flags. Time for binary search debugging. Oh god. So you can append a window, an object within another window. So why do you need window and sizer here? So there's none of these where you have the object first, which is confusing me as to this. This is probably a different old thing. Wx expand. Oh Christ. Panel 1. Did I just hear placement new? Oh no. I don't think so. They're just using new inline here, like to add something. But it's so confusing that they add that first, a Wx text control. It seems like there's an add that we are missing, right? Like, why is this not working? So I have a question. Is a list box a window? Where'd we come from here? Okay, is a list box a window? A list box is a window. So when we add it, that's what's confusing me. We're just adding a window. So what if we just add the window, proportion, and then flag? Okay, I'm starting to get it now. I get it now. So the list box is our window, this is our proportion, and then these are our flags. Let's just do Wx expand, because I saw that one, right? Oh boy. Hey, it works. And if we now bring back, this is a test, our test may have finally be, hey, this is a test. Look at us. And you can select and deselect to your heart's content. Oh, beautiful. It's a little small. Is there a set font? That's literally something I just made up. Sizer, list box, array string. None of these are at the frame level. Wx frame. Ooh, beautiful. What do I need for the frame? the font. I'm looking for font. I don't find font. It's probably in window. Okay, here it is. Set font, okay. So we want to set font to the same font, but scaled. I'm pretty sure this is how text works. So we can have a font and scale it by like 1.5. King Bun says 42069. Pog. Sorry, it says Pog. Hey. Yeah, that's much better. This is a test, and it's bigger. Look at us. It's going well. Look how ugly it is on Windows, too. It's going to be horrible. For window title, we're going to call it C-Note, baby. Okay. This is going well. This is a test. That is a test. And then in the entry list, we're basically going to say a little for loop, and this is just going to be our little test. Entry list is a what? It's a box sizer, so we're going to have to add a new button. Right? I'm pretty sure this is how that's going to work. Right? And then we'll just do like none of the flags. Can we do Wx none? What are no flags? I'm just going to put it as 0. And the button, we probably need some way to create that. Where are we? This box? Okay, we're deeper than I thought. Okay. List box is a control. And so is button. Oh man. So button looks good to me. That's what we want. When we create it, it's got all the same things. Okay. So it's going to need this. We're going to create it separately then. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess. So we need this ID. We'll make that I. We'll do a label. And this is just going to be something like... does this work? We're in C++ now. Is there 2-string? I totally forget. Does C++ have like 2-string on integers? Can we do this? King Bun says someone was on Quora was trying to ask about legally getting the new line character after their newborn's first name. Ay. Sir Aid, bless. That was so fast. Standard 2-string I. Beautiful stuff. And then we need, after the Wx string, point, size, style, valid. Okay, so we don't need it anymore. We can just use the defaults. That's good enough for me. Does this still run? No, it does not. It says, request from member add in frame this frame entry list, which is a pointer type box sizer. Maybe you meant to use blah. Hey, look, that auto dereference thing would be nice. King Bun says it's probably a macro on his chaotic keyboard. That's killer. Well, this isn't ideal, but it's pretty good. We're getting there. Soraid says int is a primitive type. It doesn't have member functions. I can never remember how C++ works. Soraid says also you can use auto instead of repeating the type name all the time. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Nexovex says, hello Lens, how's it having revolved around the sun 20 times? Unpleasant, to say the least. But, you know, I'm still here, so I guess that's something. And we're working on a side project, so that's pretty cool. How are you, Nexovec? How is it watching someone who's revolved around the Earth 20 times code stuff they know nothing about? So it says, nah, just use standard disk string like 1 billion times before. Lol. That's fair. That is fair. So with this, I think we've populated the entry list. This is create widgets, fill in data, populate tag array, create new tag list, and tag array. Beautiful stuff. I'm sure each of these sections are going to become their own member function as we need to call them and do them. Nexvex says, it's the same thing as being 23 in writing code, except there is more time. Lol. Okay. So now, instead of just having a for loop of numbers, and instead of just having this as a test, we'd probably want to fix this a little bit in that, well, we want to actually populate the tag array with tags that we have found, right? So the idea would be to, before we create the layout and do anything, set the font, etc. We can set the font right away, I don't care. What we have to do is create tags entries data structure. Also, Sir Aid, I hope you are up to date on your graph theory. I'm gonna need your help. Create tags entries data structure. And then, yeah, that's kind of all we need. Sir Aid? Oh god, what are you planning, haha? Well, it's actually, I've already planned it. So here's the issue. Some tag data structure is what we need, right? We need some tag data structure. Because each tag, when we select it or deselect it, right, in the tag list, when that tag is selected, we want to only show entries under that tag. So it needs to relate each tag to a list of entries within some entry data structure. Right? So we're going to need some entry data structure. Almost, Emacs, almost. And this needs to relate each entry to a list of tags. So what you're saying is you want standard map. Sort of. But here's the problem, I need 2 standard maps. Because, oh god, this is so complicated, right? So we have a list of tags and a list of entries. We want, when we select a tag, to narrow our list of entries. And then that, in turn, narrows our list of tags. Right? Because when you select, like, the tag this, then you'd only want entries that are tagged with the tag this. But then you don't want to have all the tags selected because some of them may do nothing now. So then you want to refine your tags list to only contain tags that have to do with the entries, the possible tags based on the entries, the narrowed entries. I mean, that's basically like an AST with like 3 node types. Kinda. It's difficult, right? So we're going to need some tag data structure. So could this be a standard map like you're saying? A standard map needs 2 things, if I'm if that's correct. So this would be like tags or something like that. Tag map. And this would have to be like, I don't even know. String. Are strings a thing? The string type? It is. Standard map key value, yes. Okay, so we'd want a string, because it's a tag. And there must be a specialization of standard hash for key. Standard string, but yes. Bless. So we're going to have a map of strings. And this is going to be to a vector of pointers. Right? No, what is this going to be? A vector of like indices in another map? I don't want to use an ordered map. How do we do this? Standard Serade says that works, yeah. So then we need an entry here, right? Some entry type. Standard map is ordered. Oh, that's nice. So could we have a vector of like ints or size t, and then just have indices into the entry map? So tags that this entry contains, and then entries that this tag contains. Okay. Sure, that's one way of doing it, except maps don't have indices, you need to store the keys. King Bun says, keys! You could also just store the entries in the vector in the tag map. That's not good. Vector is array, right? Dynamic array? Yeah, it's close enough to a dynamic array. It is a dynamic array, but a vector is just the implementation in standard C++. But yeah, you can just add to them and remove from them as needed. So we can't store an index, a size t is what you're saying. So what if we stored a vector of tag, some struct, right? And then tag could contain a vector of entry pointer. Entries. Because vectors have indices. Serade says, can you give us like an example of what an entry in this data structure would look like, because I'm not completely sure I follow. Kingbun says, file tagging, searching for tags narrows down files with the tags. That's exactly right. Nexivec, game had 6,500 lines of code. Nexivec worked on the game for 3 months. Game has 6,500 lines of code. Hey man, you're just refining. You're making it better. So I think we talked about it towards the beginning, but basically we're gonna have like let's just create an example. Why not? And this is gonna be like a.txt, right? So we have a.txt, and then at the top we're gonna have like tags with like some special syntax to begin and end the tags, right? And then there's gonna be like, this is tagged with alphabet, or let's go with something reasonable. Linguistics, noun case, or grammar, and then you could specify the language, right? This is the name of a conlang I've created. So you could specify tags like this. So each entry is going to contain something like, where were we? a standard vector of tags, right? Of strings or tags. So the idea is that each entry points to a list of tags, and each tag points to a list of entries, but they're all pointers, right? I don't know if I can do that, but... Sorry, it says, I wasn't here in the beginning because you didn't ping Discord properly. Lol. Nexavec says, I'm not sure it is better. More importantly, where did my 3 months go? Right? You're correct. King Bun says, just make a fat bitmap. No. I don't know if that would help. I know what you're saying, though. Nexavec says, I have no idea what the tags are. These are just space-separated words that go at the beginning of a text file. And then you're going to write something like content about the about linguistics, the linguistical grammar, the language likely. How do you feel about that? Sorry, it says unrelated, but is TL pronounced pl? Yeah, it's the, what is it, like a lateral, I can't remember. But it's, yeah, you basically put your tongue like all in a U on the top of your mouth. Tull, pull, pull. So it's slightly, if you want to say it like correctly. But if you're just reading the Romanized version, tli is fine. And technically this is the diphthong, but lateral affricate is what you mean. Thank you, that's exactly what I mean. I wanted to say fricative, but I know that's wrong, because a fricative is when you constrict air to make a sound. So I was like, it's not a fricative. You don't go right? It's got to be something else. Affricate, I always forget that one. Nexavec says, wow, you guys have a background in linguistics? I started learning it like a week ago. I don't have a background in anything. I'm a high school dropout. No background. But linguistics are a lot of fun. Sir Age says, well, T is a fricative. You could argue. I don't know that IPA symbol. I can't remember it. It's the swoopy T. Is that the... I can never remember. It doesn't matter. Sir Age says, I more or less do, yeah. Hey. But yeah, so these tags would just be ways to sort this file into certain categories. Sorry, it says LL in Welsh, basically. So is it like at the beginning of cute? Cute? Anyway. We're going to have tags, and we want a flat list of tags, right? And then we also want a flat list of entries. And these are the only tags and entries that we ever have. Everything else is pointers. So then each of these, okay, this is starting to work out. We have to forward declare entry for tag, or forward declare tag for entry, one way or another. No, the C in cute is, oh lord, an abomination. I don't know, Emacs, can you do it? Emacs can do it. Hey, that's the C in cute, the... I have no idea what the LL in Welsh is. If you can put it in Spanish or French, I'll know it. I have backgrounds in those languages. And so this would be entries that contain this tag. Tags that contain this entry. It's almost like this is one data structure. This is so interesting. Sorry, it says that's a voiceless palatal fricative. Voiceless because I'm not going, I'm going palatal because I'm on the palate, the roof of my mouth. And then fricative, which means push air through and restrict it to make a sound. It's about right. I'd say for me, cute starts with like almost a uvular fricative. Voiceless uvular fricative. I start really far in the back of my throat, but that's not the correct sound, that's just specific to me. Cute. Instead of cute. Cute. See, I can't make the ooh sound. Because it's got to be a U. A Q. Hey, tags that contain this entry. This site can help you if you don't know how a sound is pronounced. Oh, bless. Normally I just click around on Wikipedia. Oh, bless. Yeah, normally I just... Wikipedia has something very similar. This is awesome. Where's that fancy T?
Ahla.
There it is. Hla.
Ahla.
Schla. Okay, so it's more towards the front of your mouth. I'm starting to get it. It's a dental / alveolar type of thing. So you put your tongue like on the back of the front of your teeth. On the the back of the front. On the back of your front teeth. Fla. So that's
Ahla.
fla. Ashla. That's a hard one for me. Ashla. Shla. Shla. That's a crazy one. King Bun says, took me a long while to actually be able to effortlessly pronounce the guttural R for German. Oh, I'm so bad at German. I can't pronounce anything. Though even there, the pronunciation of schla isn't that good. Schla, 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 schla. That's hard, man. That's one of the hardest sounds. I bet you that's not on any... What English language... Not English language. What language is that in on Earth? Mixing up Earth and English really tells you a lot about an Englishman's mind. Okay. So we have these two vectors. I kind of want to contain them in one thing. So to do, maybe store these vectors in one struct. Okay, so what we'd like to do is create a vector of tags and entries. And here's the thing. I think we figured out the data structure we want. Here's the thing. We now want to loop over all files in the current directory. Loop over all files in all subdirectories. Okay, so we don't want to use the shebang, obviously. What should be our syntax? Should it be like dash dash semicolon or colon? Like that? What do we do? What should be our tag syntax? This is just going to be at the beginning of a file. And, or should we have it where we basically just search the entire file for like C-note tags? And then anything after this up until a new line is all tags. So you do linguistics, grammar. How do we do it? To pronounce shla, just pronounce an S and slide your tongue forward along the roof of your mouth until the airstream starts going along the sides rather than over the tongue. I see. So you put your tongue forward. I was putting it back. Shla, shla, shla. I get it now. I get it now. It also took me a while to get that right. Wow. First line would probably be the easiest thing to do. Okay, so if it's the first line, how do we exclude, like how do we include it and say these are tags and not just a file that says stuff? Because we don't want says and stuff to be tagged and treated as tags and have this create an entry. We only want to create entries in specific files. You can just do hashtags maybe? So maybe just do hashtags like that. hash is often used for comments. True. True, true, true. So we have hash, followed by tags, followed by a colon. King Buns has the double arrow syntax. I would use that if it wasn't already used for stuff. So like if we made an org mode, for example, that's actually used for targets. Which it's not doing, but it is a target, I promise you, in org mode. I don't know how to deal with this. That way you can put it in a lot of files and they just ignore it. That'd be ideal. So either way, I'd probably put a hash at the beginning of the line. So hash. What if we just did a hash followed by a colon? That's never going to happen unless you're doing this specific thing, right? Up until the new line. King Bun says, I like that, hash colon. Okay, that's happening. That's what it is. Okay. Loop over all files in the current directory. Okay, we may need a command line option. Because we may want to specify a directory to start within. Otherwise, we just have to move the executable everywhere. Yay, command line options. Yeah, we're definitely gonna do that. Also, does this work still? Have I changed things? Should just be creating stuff we don't need. So why does this layout suck? It seems like the Wx expand is making things bad. Yeah, it's not the Wx expand. The Wx expand was actually helping us a lot. Okay. We could do Wx expand. Well, we'll keep the buttons the same size. Can we set like button spacing or anything? Can we add spacers in between the buttons? There's got to be something like that. We'll figure it out. Because it seems like the buttons are a little misplaced. So we're going to need to place them in like a flex grid or something. I don't know. Suraid says, for iterating over a directory, you can use standard file system directory iterator, by the way, and you can do namespace fs equals standard file system, then just use fs. That's what I usually do because standard file system is a bit verbose. We're going to keep namespaces. We're not going to use any usings, but we're going to use that directory iterator. I didn't know that was a thing. Let's do it. So I really wish I could run egglet. So what if I just do that? I could just write a CMake really quick. Yeah. We're doing it. It's happening. Is that how I do it? Do I need public? I can never remember. We're just gonna do it. We're literally only doing this so that we can get compile commands.json. That's how lazy I am. I know I could just create it manually or I could use bear, but no. So now, here's the thing. All of this stuff, we're just gonna have to do manually. Isn't that great? So we're gonna have to say target linked directories. We're gonna have to say target include directories. Remember the name of it. and target include directories for C note. E. Thread says, I'm not sure my command line options library works on Windows because I use +X syscalls to read files more quickly, but that's an easy fix. You can also do command line options by hand, but I personally find that really annoying to do, which is why I made this library, haha. Lol. It's true, I just need the one command line option, so it may be easier by hand. One optional positional argument. We already did that. Oh, did I screw that up? Yeah, I did screw that up. I meant to do this one. This one needs to go here. Is that what it is? Target link libraries? I can never remember. Looks pretty good. Hey, yeah. So it says, either way, this is what I'm talking about in case anyone's interested, and then pastes the link to his command line options library. Go check that out. It's very good, I'm sure. Saraid writes good code. And I'd recommend using it for C++ command line options, especially if you're on Linux. In any case, I think I wrote a little quick CMake thing. We're going to try it. Target link directories. Oh. There we go. There we go. Have to use a backslash because I'm on Windows, which I always forget. Sorry, it says, don't forget about the compiler warnings. That's a good point. We did it. You know why we did it? So that we can set this thing I normally do. Yeet, we're just gonna yoink these. And we're going to add them here to use Ccache, which speeds up our compilation, or can speed up our compilation. And then we also export our compilation database in JSON. And what you'll notice is everything still works. Wonderful. But what you'll notice is that we now have in our build compile commands, which tells us exactly how every single file is compiled and where it is. This we can copy into the base directory, and what will happen is we can now use egglet, which is why I did this, by the way, and you can see clangd is now managing C++ mode buffers in project source. So you can now tell any C++ files in source directory will actually be handled by the language server. And now you can see vectors and all this help that we weren't getting before. Thanks, CMake. We'll put that where it was. It's fine. Don't forget about the compiler warnings. That's probably a good idea. That should be good. Perfect. Macro names must be identifiers. That didn't go well. Oh, I did compile definitions. Lol. Sraid says target compile options, not definitions. You're always one step ahead of me. You right. You right. Hey, we're back. Cool. I would like to like fix this line, this border. So can we give a minimum size to the tags? That may be the way to go. That would be... So entry list, we could give a max size, right? What do we got? So we can set minimum size. Okay, so we can set minimum size on the tag list then. So you can set min and max size on this. Okay, so let's set min size. What's it in? It's Wx size. So how do we get... How do we get half of the window width, right? We're in the frame right now, so get size, which returns a Wx size. Can I scale this? I can scale. So that's X scale and Y scale. That didn't quite work. Not quite. Interesting. So how can we make it that like the buttons hide? Do you see what I'm saying? Instead of the up above. If anybody knows, let me know. We'll get to it, I'm sure, at some point. For now, we're going to work more on the actual thing. So I was supposed to use a standard file system, right? Why is it mad? Did I screw something up? And then a directory iterator. Why is it mad? No member named file system and namespace standard. We probably have to use a set the CXX language standard higher to like CXX11. I'm gonna keep that. CMake CXX standard. Sorry, set it to 20. I don't care. We could go all the way up to 23, really. Let's do it. C++ 20. Let's do it. No, the quack says, no, 26. I don't have that version of CMake. Standard file system has not been declared. Maybe I have to include something. I probably have to include something. You need to include file system. Honestly, that may have just been the problem the whole time. You okay with that? We're okay with that. Okay, so now we just need to fix Eggle. Okay. How do we use this dir-it thing? Also, it's still mad about it. Oh, because I didn't... Oh boy. So, how do I do this? Gnarly Quack says no, 26. Kappa, sad. Gnarly Quack, how are you, Lenzer? Long time no see. I'm doing okay. I had my birthday. I'm 20 now. And nothing's different. So we are continuing our life. Perfect. Gnarly Quack says C++ and CMake, so you turn to the dark side? Kappa, happy birthday. Thank you. Actually, we used this compile command that we made from scratch. So we have a dir iterator, which is a dir iterator with path. So this would be dot. Is that what you're telling me? Just dot for the current directory. You can do is directory entry path to check if it's a path. Pretty sure dot will always be a directory. That's a good idea though. Standard file system is directory, which takes in a path. Please use auto dir it. Okay. I don't care. Yeah. And this is just the regular way to do things. In dir. I do this wrong? Probably is telling me it's unused. So now we can say if how do I know if this is a directory? This should work. Dir it isn't a path though. Do I do that? Is directory dir it path? Yeah. Okay, so if not is directory, well, to do, we'll put that there. Here, we're going to say what is it? Is regular? Yeah, is regular file. Okie doke. If it's a regular file, check for tags at beginning. What is ADL? Saraid says you can just write is directory instead of standard file system is directory because of ADL, and the same goes for is regular file. I've never heard of ADL. What is ADL? And again, you can do namespace, file system equals standard file system. Unlike using namespace, that's actually very common practice. It is. ADL equals argument dependent lookup. Oh Christ. Cool then. If it works, it works. I think we can even just have this be an auto. It really doesn't matter. Autos everywhere. But it's a path. It doesn't really matter that it's a file system path. Saraid really linking a Google search of ADL. Ooh. Ooh. My feelings. Okay. I've been streaming 2.5 hours. Be sure to check out the YouTube for any previous streams. Check out the Discord where you can hang out and chat and look at Sir Aid's insane keyboard layout with 8 layers. Right? It's we have a fun time in there. Sir Aid says that was supposed to be a CPP reference link, but my browser sucks. Lamau. It's always the browser's fault. Is it using WebKit? Hey, you're a pro, bruh. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that so much. You are a legend, you're a pro, bruh. Gnarly Quack says, at least he didn't link to let me Google that for you. I know, when you get that link, it's like, oh, I'm dead. I messed up. Basically, ADL means you can omit the namespace prefix if the function is in the same namespace as one of its arguments. ADL is also the reason why you don't have to write standard operator left to left. Interesting. Very interesting. That's very cool, Sir Aid. Thank you for the knowledge. Check for tags at beginning. Do I still have to open the file? I probably do, huh? I just have to use fopen? Is C++ file handling different? Am I misremembering? Is fopen a C only thing? Or am I doing this correctly? The directory iterator doesn't open the file. Do I do this? Use fopen. Okay, I'm good using fopen. What does it return? File pointer. What are you mad about? Const char pointer mode. Const char pointer file name. Oh god. Okay. C string. Is that gonna work for you? Why are you still mad at me, son? Path.cstring, I think, but yes. Hey. I also tend to use C standard IO even in C++ code. Yeah, I tend to use printf and fprintf a lot. There's a very funny website, but people that need it are the people who won't understand it. Lamau, talking about let me Google that for you. Sraid says path.cstring or pathstring cstring. C-string, not C-string, my bad. Yeah, C standard IO is way better than IO streams. Yeah. You're right. You're right. So we fopen. I still don't get why it's mad. There we go. So now we have file. So I would like to... Is there any special C++? Nope. Placeholder. Oof. Okay, so I now have to use standard IO. What should I do? So I'm going to have to read the first few bytes, the first 2 bytes. File pointer is same as in C. Nice. So I'm going to have a char array 2 called tag marker. Right? Which is equal to this. I could, again, probably just make this a string. Because this is C++. I don't remember. Please work. Standard string, not string. Thank you, Sir Aid. We're not doing Java here. Well, no, you're right. Always forget. So, do we need a white space? Is it a... We still have access to the C library, right? Can we just use like... What are we going to use to seek past, right? Because we would like to... seek past all actual. So I'm probably going to need the file turned into a string. Is that what's going on here? I just need to read like a kilobyte from the file or something. Gnarly Quack says auto. I don't think there's anywhere I can stuff auto in here. At this point, I'd write a lexer. That's what we're doing. How do I do it? Am I just going to use like the string functions? Stircher, stircat, stircomp? I can. I know how to use stirspin. Okay. If you want to see a C++ lexer, you can always look at my compiler, Lamau. You can also just use fread or fgets. Well, that's the thing. That's probably a little bit more complex than what is needed for this. True. True. So we're going to get a standard string. Can you get a sized string? How are we going to do this? So this is going to be like the beginning of the file contents. I'm so bad at this. Please kill me. Okay, so we're going to have to do this. Is this going to work? I don't think this is going to work. Can't we like reserve? There's no way to reserve. Can we reserve? I'd like to reserve, I don't know, a kilobyte. Technically a kilobib or kibibyte. You can just do fgets, fread, wrap it with a standard string view, and then just use equal equal starts with, etc. There's reserve, yes. Wouldn't you have to just read into a char pointer and then create a string from that? No, because the char pointer has to have memory in front of it for the actual characters to go in. So I'm reserving a kilobyte in this string so that we can read into it. Does that make any sense? Also, const expr, does it go here? I don't even know. I just know that we need a something like that. And then the file stream is actually just called file. Not bad. First time chat from a viewer, MacGyver. No sense whatsoever. What's up, MacGyver? Thank you for tuning in. You may have been watching, but now you chatted, and I appreciate it. Gnarly Crack says, well, right, you'd have to allocate a buffer for the read. Exactly, and I think in C++, reserving with the string is the easiest way to do that. Don't forget to resize the string to however many bytes fread returns. Oh, you're a legend. I would have forgotten that. This can't be negative, so we are good. So we reserve and resize our contents. So now we should have this many bytes in this string ready to go. So now I'd like to say contents. I wonder, can I skip past the front. How can I change the front? It's got to be like shrink from the front. How do I do that? Also make sure the parameters of fread are in the right order, otherwise it'll return 1. Yep, they're in the right order. 1 byte and that amount of bytes. You can do contents.erase. Is that what it's called? Bless. Does that erase from the front and just give us size type offset iterator where? Okay. So I'd like to erase, think Stirspin, on contents.data. This is so messy. And then white space. Why is it mad at Stirspin? No matching function for call to Stirspin. What do I have to include? String? Is it still mad? I'd just grab a pointer and increment that instead of mutating the string, honestly. Iterator is always just a char pointer in the case of string. White space, you have to do whitespace.cstring or whitespace.data. Bless. I just want to use the fancy starts with and ends with. Right? Ah, yes, data is the same as C string. Awesome. Go for it, then. Then just use string view. I've never used a string view. I know I'm gonna out myself for that, but I honestly don't know how it works. How do I do it? So this would be like content iterator, right? What do I create it from? Can I create it just from contents? How do I do this? Standard string view pointer size. Here, I'll just do contents.size. Is that right? Basically just make a new string view after every operation. So then, how would I do this? So we can't erase. Can I increment? Can I just add to it? Like, can I do that? Is that valid? That's probably not valid. Yeah, that's not going to work. So you can't add to a string view. How would I move the string view? It's an immutable view. So what you're telling me is I should probably just use a pointer with all of this. I don't think a string view would help. I should just use a pointer because a string view doesn't look like it can be mutated. Yeah, we're just going to use a pointer. It's not going to be ideal. We'll take off all the white space at the beginning. We'll check for the hash, and if it starts with it, then that's when we'll start just using a pointer. We're going to have a char pointer, which is going to be tags. This is going to be equal to contents.data. It's just unused. So now, we would like to say tag string plus equals tag marker size, length. So MacGyver says, keep it simple. That's the way to go. Sarade says, standard string erase is typically not something you want to do if you can avoid it because it requires moving the rest of the string to the left. It's better to just increment a pointer. Yeah, we can do that. Cool. So then if it be, so now we have to check tag string. So we would like to ensure a substring. How do we do this? So we should probably use substring equals 0. Am I incorrect? I don't remember. String, right? So position of substring. Right? What do you want to do? I want to ensure that it equals the proper thing. Does this work? I don't think that'll work. I'm going to have to use string compare. That's what's going on. I'm getting it now. Thread says, oh, I see. And then this is going to be tag marker. Okay. You can create a string view and use equal equal. We're good. We got string compare. Okay. Gnarly Quack says simple. Ease. Well, it runs. It's a good sign. So for every file in the directory, if it's a regular file, check for tags at beginning. Tags are at beginning. Skip past the tag marker. Start to parse tags up until a new line is met. I don't know how we're going to find this new line, but yeah, we're gonna. There's also string literal SV. Are you serious? Is this a thing? It's definitely mad at me, but it's definitely trying. It says no matching literal operator for call to operator quote SV with arguments of type const char pointer and unsigned int. But that requires using namespace standard string literals. You can't just do that? You're probably right. Maybe? Hello? Oof. It's still mad at me. It may work, though. It may just be Egglet that's mad at this point. It's probably just Egglet that's mad. Otherwise, it would have been caught already. Nope. Definitely mad. Unused variable A, that's fine. Unable to find string literal operator SV with const char 4. Interesting. I have no clue. String views are apparently somewhat complicated. MacGyver says you are creating a new GUI toolkit? No. I'm creating a program that will store tags and entries so that you can sort a directory of files in a different sort of way than a hierarchy. So in our example, you can see we have like a.txt. So you'll give it this little marker and then put tags, white space separated, on this line. And then this program will collect all these tags, display them to you, and then you'll be able to sort by different tags. So if you sorted by linguistics, then all files with the linguistics tag would be shown. But if you sorted by linguistics and grammar, then you would only have files with both of these tags shown, etc. So we're doing a file organization program. So effectively, maybe we do need a string view. I don't know. Can you set the end of a string view or the length? How do you associate a tag with a file? Just like we saw here. This. And that is all. At the beginning of the file, there just needs to be a #:. There may be a way to like tag directories in the future, but it's not needed for now. I put an example in the general. I mean, yeah, it works for you. I understand that. It didn't work for me. That's exactly what I had as well. It's just maybe I did something wrong. I don't know. And yes, that's a C++ REPL. Sir Aid, be less like you. No, I'm just kidding. MacGyver says, oh, I see the #: in the header. Yep, that's all we're doing. So now we have tag string, which is just our tags. So can we find the first new line? That may be worth it. So find end. First new line. Right? So we're gonna basically use, we could use string. Okay, so fun fact that C++ REPL was made by CERN. And no, I'm not going to shut up about string views because they're really neat. I would agree if they were usable. I just haven't used them before. I don't have experience. So we're going to say skip past all the white space. So we're going to say tag string plus equals *spin white space dot data. I think that's how that'll work. Perfect. Okay. So we skip past all white space, we skip to the next white space, and then everything in between here is something that isn't white space, our tag. So we have our char pointer tag begin here. And then we skip to the next white space, so we say tag string plus equals *spin, but with an N in there, or no, with a C spin. And this, we're going to say skip everything that is not white space. So skip to the next white space instead of skipping past all white space. And then we can say char pointer tag end. And then, ideally, Here. We're gonna do it. We're using an IO stream just so we can get the flushing. So the reason I'm doing this is because I'm pretty sure I saw a tag begin, tag end constructor for a string view. And that's exactly what we need. It's probably going to find nothing as well. I just realized, because there's none, we're not running it from the proper place. Where are we running it from? Probably here. So let's just create test.txt hash plus, or hash colon, tag, test tag. This is a test linguistics. Let's just put some random tests. Let's put a tab in there, right? Make sure we can handle all these things. So finding the end of the tags, to do, handle the case of end of file, no new line. Blah, blah, blah. Right? Okay. We are using a string view now. I don't think anything got printed out. I don't see it, at least. We're going to go here and make that used. Tired of seeing that warning. So I guess we could say, what's the dot path? Here, we'll do the same thing. And we'll say path is a regular file. Again, with more flushing, so it'll happen right away. So how do we create a string? I think this would be the easiest string view creation. So our tag name itself. Here we go. So we are getting some output. We're getting test.txt, but it's not finding it. Okay. Sir Aid says, I come back and the first thing I see is cout. I would strongly recommend using lib format. I would strongly recommend you to stop strongly recommending things. It's not like it's going to be in there forever. It's debug. What do you want? We're either going to use printf or cout. I'm not using lib format. Lib format is so popular that they standardized it. Cool. And it became standard format in C++20. Then why wouldn't we just use standard format if we're in C++20? Your brain works in mysterious ways. It works in more clever ways than mine, but for sure it's mysterious. Why no work do? In case there's nothing more to do, we should probably do something like this. Okie doke. Suraid says, because your compiler doesn't implement standard format yet. Wow. C++ problems. C++ is such a mess. can see why people like Rust over this crap. Because I'm pretty sure anyone would like anything over this. This mess. Nexvex says, I still can't interact with what either one of us is doing. We're trying to, at the beginning of a file, do things. That's it. We're trying to check what's at the beginning of a file. And then we say, okay, if this is here, then skip to this, get this, skip to this, get this, skip to this, get this. But we're not doing that yet. Also, please never use standard endl because it flushes the stream. That's actually why we're using it. Because in a GUI program, it's really hard. It almost never flushes anything. So you're saying things that make no sense for debug output. /n already flushes the stream. Sir Aid. Then why not use endl? You make no sense. You're like, just use this other thing that does the exact same thing. It doesn't matter. Stop. You're just bike shedding. I'm trying to make progress. I'm just strongly recommending do it differently. If you want to do it differently, you do it differently. I'm going to do it this way. I truthfully don't understand why you'd recommend not using endl if /n flushes, and you're like, but endl flushes. Do you see how that's a circular argument? It doesn't make any sense. It's at least hard for me to grasp. Gnarly Quack says, stream.flushit, kappa. That's the way. Yeah, hopefully this will help. Yeah, that'll help, Sir Aid. Here's a C++ weekly video about it if you're interested. I'm not. If it's important, I'm sure it would be a bigger deal, but it's not a big deal. Nexavex says, not like this, not like this. Just another day's work. Oh, I'm such an asshole. I'm sorry. So, can I print between tag string and end of tags? Again, just gonna see out it. Give me this thing. Saraid says, also what I was trying to say is, endl flushes /n does not. If you want it to flush, just use standard CR. Or standard flush. Why not just flush it, though? Because I want to see it. I want standard out to be flushed, because I'd like to see it. I mean. So it looks like the string compare is never happening, or at least not happening correctly. So let's print. Can I print out a certain amount of a string in C? I don't know how to do that, so I'm going to use this. And also just, just for funsies. So I would like to print a string. Just print like the next 256, please. What's going on with this chat? C++ is tearing everybody apart. Lamau. It's me that's tearing everybody apart. If I said nothing, nobody would be torn. So it says, at least that's what people generally do. Yeah. Flush causes the underlying API to actually print the data to the stream. If you don't flush it, it caches it internally. I understand what you're saying. It just doesn't make any sense to want to avoid it in debug output. I want to see it as soon as it is printed. Please. The problem is understood. I'm not going to change my mind. Endl is fine. This is debug output that we're going to remove. If this was like a command line program that in a loop printed out a ton of stuff, then yeah, you shouldn't use endl. You should allow it to buffer and do whatever it needs because I/O is one of the slowest things. But when you're debugging, you just want to see the thing that it's printing out as soon as possible. You should probably just use endl. I'm pretty sure. Also, Europobra, thank you for the follow. 34 minutes ago. That's how fast I am, baby. Okay. Print the thing. If this doesn't print anything, I'm going to be confused. It printed nothing, right? Ah. Was that it? No, that's not it. I created it below. Why? Why do you do this? It can slow down programs a lot. That's why we generally say never use endl. You're correct. If you're calling it in a loop, it's going to be a problem. But like we call endl and flush a whole bunch. I'm sure it's not an issue in debug output that you're going to remove. But you're right. You shouldn't flush if you're a command line program and you're meant to print out the next 1,000 things. You should allow buffering to happen. Hey Linzer, I need to get some food in me, so I'm gonna lurk. Having fun with it. Awesome, thank you Gnarly Quack. Yeah, I definitely have to get some food and head out here soon as well. Gnarly Quack says, same to you, chat. Saraid, I'm gonna check out that video link you posted too. Awesome. Everyone is learning. But you are correct, Saraid. It's probably better advice to tell people never to use it. But that's only if you're using IO streams to like write to a file subsequently. I'm pretty sure this is a proper use, as you have said and agreed with. Unless you don't agree. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm pretty sure you agree with that sentiment. So why isn't this printing now? What do we get? What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? I suppose this is the same argument that we had over you not freeing the frame earlier, lol. Pretty much. We have nothing. Each of them are empty. This is so interesting. So this is horrible, but I just have to know. What is going wrong? Both are a really bad thing to do, but also it doesn't matter in this case, lol. You're correct. Leaking memory and flushing IO streams. So it's 0 in all of them. So we're not skipping anything, which makes sense. There's nothing confusing there. But then we get nothing. We just print like tag string, there's nothing after it. It's zeros. That's so confusing. Maybe it's resize? Does resize like clobber it? Why is it so mean? You know what I mean? That looks like what the problem was, the resize call. Resize apparently was yeeting the data that was actually being read. Which is not ideal, not ideal. Is it actually working now? Resize n yeets everything after n, that's the point of it. Well, it also yeets everything before it. I'm pretty sure. Unless n happened to be like 8, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. should have been up to contents max size or below. But it wasn't 0 because bytes read, we were resizing, and that wouldn't make any sense, would it? We're still not getting it. So if we print this out, could you print the value of n? Yeah. We will. We will. So when we get to text, oh boy, this got hard to read all of a sudden. Test.txe. You can see that when we print out tag string here, it does start with hash colon. Here it is. That'll help. Perfect. I don't think it should be 1, but just in case. That would be insane if it was, honestly. I'm pretty sure fread has element size and then amount of elements. See? It's not 0. Everything's fine. Should have been fine. Awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really care. I'm good. It's working. Thread says, I mean, I also have problems with resize and reserve every time I use them. Hey, Pingbun says, am back from walk. I see a lot has happened. Quite a bit since you've been gone. We now have a GUI window, and we're just beginning. Kingbun says, can you possibly do a quick run through? Of course, Kingbuns. So, we're just going to go over the whole program. This is a Wx Widgets GUI application, cross-platform. We create a window called C-Note, which means that when the program is run, because we create this frame at the beginning, you see we get this frame called C-Note. Within this frame, we have a list of tags. I don't know how long you were gone for. We have a list of tags, and these tags are currently, obviously this is a test, they're selectable, and any amount are selectable at the same time. Eventually, when you select a tag, the list of entry buttons at the bottom will reduce to only entries that contain this tag. I was here up to the file stuff. Perfect, that's what we finished just now, so that's perfect. Basically, with this program, we're going to need to loop over all of the files in a directory. So we use a file system directory iterator from C++ 17, I believe. And then we use a range-based for loop to loop over every file. And if it's a regular file, we say it's a regular file, blah, 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 which is these printouts over here. So then each file in the directory, we print the name of, just as a debug case. And then you can see that we open the file and read it into this contents string. Is dot the current path or the path executed from? Or I guess that's the same thing. You got it, King Buns. That's exactly. You are exactly correct. So we read into the contents string, and then we do a little bit of lexing. So we basically get a pointer, which points to the tag string, which is just all the data. And then we skip any white space, and then we look for the tag marker. So in an actual file, we skip any white space, new lines, blah, blah, blah. And then we check for this marker. So if that marker is the first thing other than white space in the file, then we enter tag parsing mode, right? And we say tags are at the beginning, skip past the tag marker. So we now skip this part. And then after we do that, we calculate the end of the tags, which is just the first new line. So we get the pointer to the first new line here. So now we have a string view basically of this line if we wanted to. And then we say while tag string, this thing here, is less than this thing, skip any white space, so it'll skip to the T, save that as the beginning of a tag, skip anything that's not white space, so skip to the next white space, and save that as the end of the tag. So now we have the end and the beginning of the tag, which means we can create a string view from it, and we get just the tag itself. Oh, but then we're currently just printing that out and fleshing C out a bunch of times to make Sarade angry. But as you can see, in test.txt, we have test tag, this is a test, and linguistics. And in here we have test tag, this is a test, and linguistics found under test.txt. Hopefully that made any amount of sense. Anyways, that gets us right into what we need to do next, which is create a new. So add the tag found to a set of tags. Do sets have? Okay. New question. Is it not called set? I don't remember. Isn't a set of things something with a list without duplicates? Am I dumb? King Bun says PogChamp. Yeah, it was very nice. Hey. Also, how was your walk, King Buns? I hope it was good. In any case, we'll just keep it a tag, this. So we're gonna have to somehow not add duplicates, which really, I feel like this should just be a set, but then we need a hash. This would mean that we can't ever free the file, but if we just create an actual copied string, it won't be an issue. So we have file path and tag. Oh boy. So we would like some vector of tags, but we don't want to add duplicates. So here, I gotta look this up. C++ vector no duplicates. I'm sure it's gonna say use a set. Standard set. Oh, I probably just have to include it. That's why it's being mad at me. I get it now. I always forget. See. There we go. Hey. You don't need standard hash unless you use standard unordered set, if I remember correctly. Let's hope. How does it know whether it's duplicate or not? Because we want to test the string if it's the same. Standard set is a red-black tree, if I remember correctly. Gotcha. Interesting. Well, we'll see how it works. We may have to not use a standard set and just write our own vector push function. King Bun says, I guess I should just man it. Oh, for what algorithm is standard hash? It's whichever one you want. Standard set should work, honestly. Okay. Even though we have okay. I'm sure you're right. I'm sure you're right. I don't use C++ as often as I used to. Add the tag found to a set of tags. Isn't it a push? It's insert for sets. and I would like to insert a new tag. So we're going to create a tag tag equals that. We could create a constructor for tag. Why are you mad? Oh. Sure. Also do tag equals standard move. I mean, we can just do a copy, right? I mean, that just means we use whatever we pass, so it's probably fine. It's fine. So insert the tag. Does insert return the actual... No, it does not. Okay, so then how do I actually find where this is inserted? Right? So how do I know, like, which tag I'm referring to now? Because this tag may refer to it, but I don't have a pointer or anything. Do tag equal, otherwise you're copying it twice. Yeah, you're right. So after inserting it, I also have to find it. Like that. Yeah. So this is like a new tag only. Why are you mad? No viable conversion. Okay. Find returns an iterator. So it's just going to be an auto. No? Also, insert does return the iterator. So how do I do this? Why are you mad? Is it a pointer? Unused variable tag. Okay. So we have tag.first and second. How? Okay. So this should be the tag itself, no? Insert returns a pair consisting of the iterator and a bool indicating whether the operation succeeded. The iterator is always valid. So what you're saying is, this is some very Lambda Lisp stuff. Okay. We also don't want duplicate entries, but I don't think we'll ever have to deal with that. Shouldn't it be dot pushback? Am I crazy? Is it in place? Was it changed to in place at some point? I thought there was, for a vector, you push to it. This is a vector, no? King Bun says, I told you list was my choice here, lol. Vector.pushback, yes. Well, entries is a vector, no? See, entries is a standard vector of entry pointers. So we should be able to just push back. I don't know why it's mad at me. Why are you mad at me? I'm so sad. First time chat. Chaos Killer, yo, what's up? Do you mind me asking you a question? You just did, so no, I do not. That was your one question, and thank you for asking it. No, I'm just messing with you. Ask away. Do whatever you want. Just be nice. Chaos Killer says, no probs. Do you think it's possible creating a script to auto shut down a PC if the drive is overloading and creating too much errors? I mean, it's going to depend on the operating system and what programming language, and it's definitely possible. King Bun says, what is your drive doing? I would just fix the hardware issues. Nexavec says, don't ask to ask. Nexavec, thank you. You are correct. This should do a copy. So now that we have this file path, I still don't get why you're so mad. Why is it a const standard vector? Oh my god, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Okay. So this is going to be new entry. We're going to have to do the same thing. This one works. Just not the entries. Jesus. We could try and prevent multiple duplicate entries, but we're not going to. Chaos Killer says, I'm building a server with very important data on it, and I don't want the SSD HDD to screw the data if the hard drive is overloading. Don't write a script to do that. That's a horrible way. I would recommend taking a better approach, as in storing the data in a way where it doesn't matter if a drive fails or not. You can look at reliability and RAIDs, right? Sraid says, if const is a problem, make the member variable mutable. Lol. I fixed it. It was me. So does this also return an iterator? Pushback probably does not return an iterator or anything. So I have a question. How do I get a pointer to the entry that's actually on here? I feel like pushback, it returns void. Yeah, check CPP reference. I would, but I don't know how. I'm gonna have to say it equals entry data dot last, right? Why is this not right? I want a pointer to the end so that I can modify it. Can I just do this? No. Okay. Now it's mad because an iterator doesn't equal a pointer. Now this is mad because it says pushback doesn't work. God damn it. It's back, but yes. Okay, thank you. See, why is this mad? Entries is a pointer. Entries has a bunch of entry pointers. Why can I not add an entry pointer? Excuse me. It's broken. What did I mess up? Nexavex says, how do you have so much energy to code? I don't. Sir 8 says, oh my god, I hate Twitch. Lamau. .back returns a reference. That's fine. I just need the address of the reference. Why no work? Like, seriously, what's the issue? Why can't pushback... It says just pushback doesn't exist. It's so annoying. What did I fuck up? Tag entries a vector. Am I insane? If it doesn't work, then read the error message. It's not helpful, I promise you. It says pushback doesn't exist. The compiler tells you what the types are. Okay. Yeah. You apparently know all. There you go. There you go. Does that help you? It doesn't help me. Reading these. I read them about 8 times. There's the error. That was it. That's what we got. Read the error message. No matching member function for call to push back. Candidate function not viable. You're appending to a const vector. How? How is this a const vector? You telling me I have to make it like mutable now? What do I gotta do? This is so dumb. Just let me use the vector that I have in a struct. What's the issue? Is this not how vectors work? Elements in the set might be const. Why? So it's saying tags are const? Because they're in a tag, because they're in a set? How else is it supposed to make sure there are no duplicates? By the way, please activate your windows. Yeah, just donate $150 and I'll go ahead and buy it. Set insert returns a const reference, I think. So this is const. Why? This is so annoying. So how can we get a non-const? This sucks. You don't. Okay, then we don't use a standard set. But you see how useful the C++ standard library is? Wow, they have all these containers that are so helpful. That's not how standard set works. So you just can't have anything go well in my life. That's why. Then we're gonna need a new tag. Because you'd have to rebuild the red-black tree if you suddenly change a value in the set, because now it's not in the right place anymore because its value has changed and it can't check for duplicates anymore. Well, then rebuild the red-black tree. I don't give a shit if it's not performant. Just let me do it. C++ is like, oh yeah, you can't do that because of this random optimization rule that we put in place 20 years ago. It's like, ah! You break the set's invariance if you change a value. You'd have to remove the value, change it, and reinsert it. Well, that's stupid. All right. Possibly the worst insert function in the world, but it'll be okay. Nexavec says, I wish I understood red-black trees after reading about them 10 times. I just can't map it onto any real problem in my head. Yeah, that's about right. King Buns says, indexing. Bless indexing, you're the indexing. Bless King Buns, you're the best. I think we're gonna set the indices from the actual place they have in the array. So what we're gonna do is say, yeah, sure, we'll just have an ID and we'll have them on entries as well. Unique ID among entries. Unique ID among tags. Sure. We could call it index. Yeah, we'll just call it index and have it be a little different. So this is the index into the actual vector that it is at. So, I mean, we could just set the new tag index based on tags. Length count. What is it? Size. Size. -1. I guess we could also just do this. Yeah, why not? Why not? Okay. Sarid says, I mean, that depends on what you mean by understand. I know how they work, but I don't know the 6 or so ways to insert a node either, at least not off the top of my head. Also, one more thing that I hate about Twitch is how it clears the text box if you've already written something and then click on reply. Like seriously, how hard is it to program a proper chat system? Very hard, apparently. Jeez. Nextvic says, also if you respond to a response, it shows the first message in the thread as to what you're responding to. RIP. That's crazy. King Bun says, I mean, they made a foam pit with one layer of foam and doubled down their legal team when someone broke their spine at TwitchCon. Sraid says, you do have a point. Yeah. Nextvic. Also, if you minimize the player, it deletes the whole chat. It's true. Okay, so this should add a new tag. Hopefully everybody had long enough to call me out on any code that won't work. So now, instead of saying tag insert, we can just add tag. And we're going to say add new tag into tag data. And then please have a tag pointer These should probably all be heap allocated, no? Is this how this should work? This may have to be heap allocated to work properly. King Bun says, it's a dying platform, unfortunately. 8 minutes of ads before you can even preview a new streamer. Oof. Nextvex says, it's not a dying platform, though. Not yet. It will be. Except for all that major contracts YouTube hold and now control the majority of viewer counts. Hey. Sraid says, time to nag about proper C++ again. You should use standard find if instead of a for loop plus if. How? Like, that's the thing I hate about C++. I'm supposed to use shit, but there's no how. Okay, I use tags that begin and end. Cool. Then what? Predicate. How do I do this? Do I have to literally, like, capture new tag and say const tag reference tag? It's not working. What does this mean, find if? Why? Yeah, I don't care. This is more readable. So add tag needs to return a pointer. Sorry. And then if found equals tags.end return. Yeah, that's the worst. Perfectly logical and straightforward API, isn't it? Yeah, it's one of the worst ones in the world. Totally logical. So now we can add a new tag. Cool, I guess. And then we can add an entry to the tag. I think that makes sense. So we have a pointer to the entry. Okay, here we go. So the idea now would be to, after we do all this, print out in tag data. We're doing it. We're going to out the tag. And then a new line. And then we're going to have to do a bunch of entries. So we're doing it. The one time where it makes sense to use new lines in a for loop instead of endl. What was that? Okay. No clue. So for all tags, for all entries in the tag, unhandled unknown exception terminated the application. Oh Lord. Test tag. Siraids rip King Bun's F. Why? Why doesn't this work? I love how Windows doesn't even print the exception message, lol. Well, it's not Windows originating, so why would Windows care? Fucking rough, man. Damn. If anybody knows what the issue is, that'd be great. We also want to do something similar for entries. You can set a terminate handler and print the exception message, or just put a try catch around main, lol. See, I can't do that because I don't have main. Wx Widgets deals with all of that. I mean, it has to do, so tags, test tag, 2 spaces. It's obviously here. So maybe entry file path isn't set properly. Alternatively, use a debugger, also possible. So it's not null. Our file path is not null. Not our file path, but our entry. So is our file path null itself? Nexavex says, you try catch main? We don't use main. We are not the same. It's true, we don't... I mean, there is main in here, but we don't control it. Tags and test tag. Interesting. Why is it mad now? Oh, Lord. Use of deleted function? What is a deleted function? What? I can't get a C string. Why would a function be deleted? What does that mean? Next of X says, so what is your entry point, Linzer? WinMain? As I said, we probably use main. I just don't control it. We use Wx implement app macro, and it does whatever we need. It generates our entry point for us. Then it just calls on init, and then on init we make a frame, and then that's where all this gets run in the constructor of our frame. Deleted function can mean an overload has been explicitly deleted. You usually get that error if you misuse a template. Still doesn't work, does it? So this just doesn't work at all. So for entry pointer entry in it entries, I am honestly confused. Okay. You're storing a pointer to an element in a vector. Never do that because when the vector moves, the pointer gets invalidated. What? And pushback might move the vector. Yeah, that's the problem here, it seems, the pushback entry. Okay. So how would you recommend we do it then? We need to just store a pointer to another existing entry within the entry data vector. Store the index of the element, not a pointer. See, I asked about that at the beginning. I did. So what you're saying is this should be index, and this should be index. Yeah. So we have to store the index, which means I'm going to have to make a whole new goddamn helper function. How do I know the index? Like that is what I'm going to have to do. But entry index isn't anything yet. Oh, this is such a mess. Okay. So we now store an index, but to do, only add to entries, entry index, don't add duplicate entry indices. Keep track of entry within tag. Keep track of tag within entry. Okay. Add new entry to entry data list, the vector. Okay. As a general rule, you should never keep around pointers in standard vector or similar data structures, because when you push back, standard vector might call realloc, and now you have a dangling pointer. RIP. Okay. So we can't store pointers to objects within a vector, is the thing. I get you now. So we have to store indices, which we should be doing, thanks to this. And the set of tags. Okay. So we add the tag to tag data. So adding a tag just says, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what do we end up with now? Probably a lot of broken things. This won't compile. Jeez. When you put, yeah. Also, I might take a look at this later and open a PR if I've got time and if that's all right. I can't promise I will accept it, because I have a very specific use case where I'm going to be doing like my own creative work using this tool. So it's going to definitely have to be have some specifics. But if it all it is like dealing with bugs and stuff, then that's fine, as long as it's not like a major restructure, which I don't think it would be. It will mostly just be general cleanup stuff. Yeah, that's totally fine, as long as I still understand the code, and we can even learn things, go through the PR on stream. Hey, it's building again, but nothing is being printed. Oh, it was. We just didn't standard flush. See, that's why you that's why you flush. Ooh, it's mad again. So as you can see, we now have a list of tags, and each tag has entries, and then we have a list of entries, and each entry has a tag, a list of tags. So we're not printing out the entries correct. We want to print out the file path, and then for each one of its tags, we want to print it out. So why does it seem like we have 3 different entries? We should have one entry with 3 different tags. But we're adding this in the wrong place of the loop, aren't we? So we need to add a new entry just when we find this. This only needs to add a new tag. I love how Emacs kills the running process for you. So dope. But yeah, I actually plan to use this for organizing some files for some creative work I'm going to be working on. Hey, that worked. So now we have a list of tags, and they each have entries, and we have a list of entries, and they each have tags. We have our little circular data structure complete. Isn't that beautiful? I think it's beautiful. I don't think we need to print this out anymore. This, for sure, is a good starting point for our Git repo. We're going to add the git ignore first. And a readme.org. And we'll say, make a mess. The beginnings of greatness start in the cosmic soup. Why not? Do you want this to recurse down the directory tree eventually? Yeah. That's like why if is directory path here, we have a to-do loop over all files and all subdirectories. So if we encounter a subdirectory, then we just need to run this whole thing on it, which just means we need to extract it to a function and then recurse. But yeah, you can do that later, haha. But yeah, we'll be working on that 100%. And I think what we should do is create like a directory stack, and then just be able to push the current directory iterator on the stack, right? We could just have a vector of directory iterators, or whatever this type is. But we could just push them on the stack and then use continuations and a stack. Sorry, it says also, by the way, hey. Would you like me to comment on the commit to point out some things, or should I just open a PR? Comment on the commit to point out some things. I suppose I can also just comment the PR. Yeah, I'd recommend comments on the PR. Kind of forgot you can do that, lol. Hey. I always forget. So, do we ever call add tag? We do, right? So we're going to need add index. This may be able to be a set of size t. This may be wrong, but it may not. There we go. No more duplicates. Hey, the set finally works, because we're just storing size t. Beautiful. You can even do standard unordered set if you don't care about the order because it's faster. Sure. Whoa. Put the E in the way wrong place. Did I spell it wrong? Why is it mad? There we go. That's in the unordered set header because of course it's a separate header. I know, right? It's like you can't just put the unordered map in with the map. Oh, so good. Alrighty. That's something. That's something. Okay. So just creating another text example, seeing if it will be picked up. It looks like it was. And now you can see that we have test tag. This is a test, linguistics, phonics, slightly. And then you can see entries, test.txt has linguistics. This is a test and test tag. And testing.txt has slightly, phonics, and linguistics. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. I think we can now begin to use this down here. So to populate the tag array, we just have to say tags.add wx string .tag dot, I mean, it is a string, right? Could probably do .data. We don't need to deal with the entries. And now we have our tags that we can select and deselect. Beautiful stuff. Let's begin our event handling, because that's going to be a whole thing. That's going to be a whole thing. So event handling is basically going to be here. We should say on entry click. On tag selection change. Hey. Hey. Also, I should commit more. I totally forgot what I was doing. We'll do source. And we'll do, what do we want? CMake lists wouldn't be much help at the moment. Okay, I'm just gonna literally add source. Yeah, just add main.cpp. That's all I'm doing. Okay. Perfect. Sorry, it says, I think if I open a PR, I'm just going to apply some general C++ idioms wherever applicable, and then you can decide which ones you want to keep and which ones are too confusing. I like it. I mean, as long as, hopefully none of it's too confusing, but it may be. I'm going to now, I think I have to go here. C note. We can choose a license. We'll just add it ourselves when we want. Okie doke. So now we just need to add this remote. Which is in capital M. It says remote. Why C note and not note plus plus? Shaking my head. Because C note means $100 bill. I think it's kind of funny. Remote name. This is probably should just be origin. Remote URL. That. Can I change the branch name? Alrighty. And then I would like to push this upstream, creating it. There we go. Little bit of Git magic, little bit of Git magic. Okay. Also, perfect. So in build, I mean, I'm good. Alrighty. So on entry click and on selection change. I'm going to need both of these to be implemented, actually. Okay. And on entry click, we basically want to say which entry. So we're just going to do a debug temporarily and say event.get, what is it, ID or int? Try get string followed by get int. I don't know what is going to work or what, but should work. And it should do something. Okay. Now in frame, we just have to bind, and I think we have to bind an event type, which looks like this. So we're going to have a button in this frame bound to a functor. Honestly, this could just be a lambda instead of a member function. Something to think about. Fun fact, not sure if it helps here, you can use built-in dump struct to print the contents of a struct. Might be a Clang only thing though. That's cool. I'm sure it's Clang only. Maybe it works, I don't know. How does it, that's so confusing. I wonder how that works. Bind event button. And I could probably just look at the events. Right? Yes. I know event table. We should use it. Whatever. We're not. So this would be on tag selection change. No, on entry click. And what does it say? This next. What does this correspond to? Wx ID. What do you think the ID does? I don't know. That probably only has to work with menu events. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Hey, it's kind of working. They all have 0, but the callback is working. It's being called. That's good. So now, when we click a tag, you can see that it has a unique ID and a string. So we can tell what is being clicked and etc. So when we create our new entries, it seems like we'd have to set... Ooh, wow, a lot of lag there. I don't know what that was. So it seems like maybe we should use getID instead. And getString returns nothing. So what if we did get event object? And then... So get event object, get class info, unref, unshare, I don't know. On entry click, how do I tell which entry it is? That's what I'm struggling with, right? Let's try it. Because the tag selection change is working flawlessly. You have to cast the function pointer because printf has an extra restrict qualifier. Ooh, okay. We're gonna try it. Where are we printing out a structure? If anywhere. We're not, are we? We're printing out a structure nowhere. I kind of want to try it still. We're gonna do it. We're just gonna tag test. You only live once. We're gonna try it. Built-in dump struct is const expression now, so you could potentially do some reflection stuff with it, Lamau. Built-in dump struct was not declared in the scope. Did you mean built-in VA start? RIP. Yeah, it's a Clang only thing. RIP, RIP. Even though I have it. But that's because I'm using Clang. That's right. I'm using Clang language server. So it says, yeah, that's a thing. But it's not a thing. What a trick. What a trick. So in the list box, how do I give each one an ID? I guess I am, because it's working. That's automatic. Okay, now these have IDs. That's good. So we can use, where is it? We can use getID on entry click and get a unique number. So then we're going to have to use that. Right? So we're going to need somehow to access the list of, I guess it's a member. So we have, again, I should really use this. We have these two things. So when one is clicked, so I need to create this actual vector. Of buttons. Sure. So this vector of buttons at event.getID should equal an entry reference. No, a Wx button reference, right? Because we're just trying to figure out what button we're pressing. See, here's the thing. So the button we're pressing, we may not actually need to keep track of because we have an entry list, all the buttons in it. But what we could do, Wx says, all of this is your light thing? Looks really cool. This is actually completely separate from light. Light is here. Yeah, you can find it in its own little place, but it does work very similarly. Here's light in its current state. It doesn't work. Oh, because I used the wrong thing. It's bin. So we just rebuilt the entire text editor. Here's light. Here's it in its current state and some current issues. But look, you can select text and copy and paste it. It's just like Emacs. Ain't that good? And it's running really fast now. I replaced the symbol table with a hash map, so it's speedy. Milsik says, I see, nice. But yeah, this is light. It's something completely separate. I am working on it, though, constantly. What we're working on is a new program to help sort files. So for example, if you have like testing.txt, you can put this little syntax at the beginning of the file, and it will use all of these as tags to sort the file by. And then when we are running, when we are running the actual program, it collects all of the tags and files with tags and is going to show you them. So the idea is we're going to have all these tags at the top that you can select, and then it will narrow the list of entries. These are all going to be files eventually. And it will narrow the list of entries and the list of tags so that you can refine your search just by clicking around. Does that make sense? Musex, I hope. Musex says, okay, cool. Hey. Hopefully it makes sense. So we should store standard vector of tag. And we're going to say this, tags. Tag list, and then instead of, I guess we could just call this tag data like it was. We're also going to have to do this. Yoink. Move all this above frame and app. Okay. And then we're also going to need a vector of entries. Instead of creating them here, we'll just store them as members. That's no longer a to-do, that's what we are doing. Loop over all the files, find all the tags and entries, create layout, GUI crap. What do we got? What do we got? That's what we got. Okay, so this is working now. And be better. So now we have unique numbers for all of these. And in our handlers, we should now be able to actually find these things. So in our frame, we can now get the actual entry we are referring to. Because it will just equal entry data at event.getID. Then we can print out the entry file path and the entry index instead of what we had before. And we can do a very similar thing here. A tag reference tag equals tag data at event.getInt. And then we can use tag.tag and tag.index. And eventually set whether they're selected or not and such. Which honestly, we might want that on the selection change. And now you can see, an unhandled exception occurred, press abort. So the reason this didn't work is because at requires an inbounds index, and we have more, sorry, it's because of the entry clicked. This ID we have all the way up through 9 because we just use a simple for loop. But if we actually created these from the entries, everything would work. So let's do that. So we're going to say for entry reference, entry in entry data, we would like to create a button with the string created from the entry's file path. I will refer to its ID, which should refer to the entry index. And then we can just add to our entry list the button. A little bit of hand GUI programming. So we programmatically populate the entry list with the entries, and now look at us. Hey, haha. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Very cool. Very, very cool. So we have all the data in place. Now it's just about doing it. We'll have to alter these on entry click and on tag selection change to actually, I just reordered them. We'll have to change them to not just print something to standard out, but to actually change the entries we are being shown. And to do that, it's going to be a whole complicated thing, I'm sure. So an entry, we'll probably go through and have like a char matched, which equals 1 by default. So by default, each entry will match, but when we select a tag, we'll go through and update the matched entries and only have entries that match all tags selected. This is going to be a mess for sure. So yeah, we'll do that. And then in the tag, we're going to have a similar thing, but this is going to be selected, which equals 0. So all tags will not be selected by default, so no narrowing will happen. And all entries will be matched by default because no tags are selected, all entries should match. As soon as we select a tag, we have to go through all of the selected tags, and so for each selected tag for every entry, right? So we have to, for each selected tag, and for every entry within each of those selected tags, here, oh boy, then what we have to do is find, oh man. Sir Aid, I'm in need of your help. We're into graph theory at this point. We are officially into graph theory. So we have a T1. We have E1, which has T1, T2, E2, which has just T2, E3, which has just T1. Sure. T1, T2, T3. T1 has E1 and E2. T2 has E3. And T3 has none. There's only 2 tags. 3 entries. So these represent 3 separate entries, each with tags, and these represent tags, each with entries. So now, if we select T1, okay, we're going to need more. Oh boy. And then T3 is going to have E4 and E5. T1 gains E4 and T3. Okay. 5 entries, 3 tags. This should work. We select a tag, let's say T1. Well, that's easy. We just show all of these entries, right? So we go to each of these entries. I guess we go to each of the not these entries and say matched. So instead of saying matched, let's say hidden and have it 0 by default, right? Does that make any sense? So that means we can go, no, not hidden. It should be shown, which is equal 1 by default. Am I insane? I am insane. I'm going back and forth. So if E1 is shown by default, then that means if it matches, we want to change this to 0. No, we want to keep it 1. Basically, we want to say for every entry, if it's not in this list, set shown to 0. Is there an easy way to do that without just a lot of looping? Because we'd have to loop over all the tags, first of all the selected tags. But let's say just T1 selected, so only these entries are looped over. But then this entry, it just needs to continue to be shown. Do you see the issue I'm having? Okay, basically, when a tag is selected, set entry shown to 0 for all entries. For every selected tag, loop over the entries. No, that's not going to work either. This is so messy. Can't you just use a copy of the entries and tags? Yes, we can. But then here's the issue. How do you know that if we select T1, if we then also select T3, how do you compare these 2 entries and only show the ones that are in both? Unselecting a tag will remove the tag from the tags list, the tags copy, right? And remove all entries on the entries list associated with that tag, then rinse and repeat. But it's kind of a one-way street, lol. That's what I was saying. Like, well, then we can't actually figure out the the tags we need to show. It's pretty difficult. This is a difficult problem, that is for sure. So we have 2 different vectors, and we only want to find things that are matching between them. What is that even called? Find all in vector. Find all in both vectors. I probably should have added C++. This is not what I want, I don't think. What's set intersection? Okay, this is interesting. Musek says, you want a set intersection? I'm pretty sure. I think that's where we're at. because its tags that it has is an unordered set, and its entries that it has is an unordered set. So we'll have, for example, T1 and T3, we want to only get the intersection between these two sets. So we're going to use a set intersection, which I didn't even know existed. Also, shout out to Musex for doing that, knowing that before I even Googled it. Or as I Googled it, who knows. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be a rough one. So maybe we do just use a copy. Here's what we could have. We could have a vector called shown. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So in the frame, right, we have our tags, our tag list. We could also have a standard vector of size t that says select tag selections. Right? Tags selected. I like that. And then we can have a vector, which may be an unordered set, but we'll have it be a vector. And this will be entries matched. So then we can just build the entries shown when we update entry data based on the tags selected. And we can update tags selected. But yeah, okay. Hey. Sir Aid says, I was getting some water. What are we doing now? We're trying to figure out how to filter things. We're trying to do some graph theory. We have a bunch of entries, and they all need to store tags, which they do, but they also need to have like any meaning, right? So what we want to do is go through all of our selected tags, I would say, and for all tags selected, then for each of the entries within each selected tag, add that to a set, effectively, right? Insert that into a set and collect all tags selected. To do /fixme. And this be a set. We need to create a vector with set intersection and create a set from that. Good questions. But yeah, so basically we're saying instead of showing every single tag, we only want to show certain tags and certain entries. That sounds like you could just write 2 nested for loops and be done with it. I would love to see that then. You're good at graph theory. See, I'm not that good at graph theory. So, okay. On a tag selection change, then we have this tag, right? So we want to add, well, I guess we have to figure out if it's being selected or deselected. So selected or deselected. To do would be remove tag from selected tags. Sure. To do add tag to selected tags. To do update entries shown based on set intersection of all selected tags entries. Also, if you want to learn more about algorithms, here's a cheat sheet. Also, Sir Aid is the only person I'll just click on a link from. I've literally never heard about most of these. Okie doke. This is insane. Oh boy. This is why people don't like C++. I'm just going to mention, by the way, this is not an intuitive API. I like it though. This is a good cheat sheet. This is wonderful. There's a lot more. That's just a brief overview. Oh, I know. I'm like, I don't even see fine, like the more complicated finds. This is just the beginning. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. It's a little much. There's a lot going on. That's horrifying. Okay. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. I think it should be a set, by the way. Which we're gonna, it can be unordered. You could literally just rebuild a set of tags every time the selection changes. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay. Might be a problem if we ever have like 20,000 tags, but other than that, that'd do. Exactly. How do we remove? Can you remove from a set? You have to be able to remove from a set. That does that remove an amount? That removes the actual value from the set, right? We'll see. We'll see. Okay. Update entries shown based on set intersection. I think you can just iterate over all tags, show all selected tags, and if a tag is selected, show all files that have that tag. See, that doesn't work because we're doing an intersection between all the tags entries, not just each tag's entries. So if you select animal and linguistics, you'd only get files or entries, I should say, with both of those tags. And you could store a bool in each tags that marks whether it's selected. Yeah, we started with that, but we figured out it won't work. All the entries that have all selected tags, I see now. Yep, you got it. So, entries shown dot clear. So now for tag in tag selected, so selected tag in tag selected. Why is it mad? I know why. Because that's not how this works. Tag selected is indices. So So in the selected tags entries, how do you perform a set intersection between many sets? In that case, you could collect a set of selected tags, done, then loop over all entries that have all selected tags, which is probably what you're doing right now, lol. Yep. This is the best idea. This is the idea I was attempting to explain, I think, but did it horribly wrong, lol. So for each of these, I'm going to get an entry pointer, which is equal to entry data, entry index. We may not need to do this. I don't know how to do this. Just iterate over entries and then iterate. Oh, so I'm doing it upside down. Yeah, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. I get what you're saying. So we need to actually have an entry pointer, or an entry, which is in entry data. Is that what you're saying? And then basically say, yeah. If entry is contained in all selected tags, add make entry shown. So we basically have to say if, okay, so we now have to loop over tags. I'm getting it now. Well, this is going to be size t. Tag index in entry dot tags. And for each of these tag indices, we're going to say if, this is a mess. Okay, we're going to need the tag itself. Oh my. So if this tag in this entry does not contain, also this isn't right. I did this wrong. So we want to loop over selected tags, right? So only loop over selected tags. So this is a selected tag. And the selected tag, so if the selected tag entry does not contains entry index, so if not this, right, then we need to say break. I don't even know. Okay, I don't think building several sets and building their intersection is the way to go. Just iterate over all entries for each entry, add it if that entry has all tags. So we basically need to say, if we get to the end, has all tags. Or whatever. What we'd like to do is say, for every entry, for all the selected tags, if the selected tag does not contain the given entry, then has all tags is false, and we can break. But if we get through all of this and each selected tag contains the entry's index, then that means all of them contained it, which means it does have all tags, which means we can say entries shown dot insert entry dot index. make entry shown if it has all selected tags. Also, this is C++. Use bool, not char. That's fair. Okay. To be honest, you could build dynamically a filter function and then run that single lambda inside standard filter or something over the entries. That's a good idea. That's what we do in Lisp. There's also room for more optimization. I don't care. You need to continue the outer loop where the break is right now. Well, we break out of here and then go to here and keep going. I think it's okay. King Bun says, I said a fat bit mask earlier. You're absolutely correct, King Buns, you did. Sorade says, what you did also works. Nice, okay. But you're right, we could have used a goto here. And then a goto past here. Totally doable. Okay. You ready for the complicated part, Sorade? And why I didn't want to mention it until now, that you were wrong earlier? Entries do need a list of tags. You know why? A set of tags. Because we now need to update the tags based on the intersection of all the shown entries' tags. For every tag, right? Then we would like to say, for every shown entry, well, that doesn't make sense, I think, because the shown entries are the selected tags. What? No, they're not. They're two different things. You can just show the selected tags. No, I can't. You're misinterpreting. So how would you do it? Everyone's telling me I'm doing this the wrong way. How would you do it? We have a list of entries, and we only want to show tags that are actually possibly in any of these entries. There may be a tag that is not selected, but it is shown, or should be shown, because guess what? An entry that is within the list has that unselected tag. So if you select that tag, it will then further narrow the search. We are going to hide all the tags that none of the entries have, because why would we do that? If it's not an option and doesn't do anything, why show the tag? Soju Connoisseur followed me this minute. Thank you, Soju Connoisseur. I appreciate that. Thank you for hanging out. And, yeah, I just appreciate you being here. Sorade says, I see. I think I'm beginning to understand. Okay, that's good. That's good. Because there can be tags that are shown but not selected. Yes, Sorade, you are getting it. You are getting it. Is this going to work still? It is. So the thing is, when we select a tag, like test tag, well, that's only within, if we look, only within test.txt and not within testing. So we'd want to hide testing. But then because we're only showing test.txt, we only want to show these, because anything other than this wouldn't actually do anything. All of those tags are already defunct because they've been hidden and are not relevant. Woo! I think it's right. I think it's right. So now, tag shown dot insert. So update tag shown based on set intersection of all shown entries tags. So for every shown entry, which is this, then we want to make sure. So this is where we need the bool again. Nexovec says, good night, Lenzerman. Good night, Nexovec. Thank you. I hope you have a good sleep. Sarade says, so you have a window that contains all tags, you can select tags, and then it shows the files that have the selected tags. I don't really see a need to show all tags that any of the shown files have, because you're showing all tags anyway. I'm not showing all tags anyway. We're only showing the shown tags. Which at the beginning is all of them, because none are selected. But as soon as you narrow with a tag, then the shown tags will be reset to only the ones possible based on the selected tags entries list that has been created. So only the shown entries tags will actually be shown. Mouse6 says, and then oops. King Bun says, I see. Yeah, that complicates things. Sarade says, so as soon as you select a tag, it removes tags from the all tags window. Yes. Not sure I would need that optimization, but for your use case, I guess that makes sense. It's going to be very nice, I promise you guys. Because you're going to be able to select linguistics, and then you'll only get tags related to linguistics. And then you can further specify phonics, and then you'll only get tags relevant to linguistics and phonics at the same time. It's going to like ultra narrow your search to be able to find things very fast. How could you ever select multiple tags? What do you mean? Because a file has multiple tags. There will be multiple tags shown, selected and unselected. I see, so it's an and, not an or. Yes. As we stated earlier. All entries matching all tags. What am I doing here? Update tag shown. So I basically have to say bool tag is found in shown entries. And then we'll say if entry.tags.contains tag.index. So if it does not contain, if a shown entry, see this is a bit different. So if any entry has it, then we want to add it. So we don't actually have to do that. We just want to say for the entries, for every tag within each of the entries, oh Lord, let's try it. Sir Aid says, your explanation of this is very convoluted, but I'm beginning to understand, and I'm assuming that when no tag is selected, you just show all tags. There you go. That's very unintuitive IMO, but possible. Why is it unintuitive? I don't get that. In that case, iterate over all tags, then iterate over all shown entries. If at least one entry has that tag, break out of the loop and add that tag to the shown tags. Yeah. I see. So you're saying just put this here. Bool tag within shown entries. We could also just not do this and actually add it here. So we could say that. Okay. To do redisplay. Remake frame basically. All right. Break out of the inner loop, that is. Yes. Okie doke. Okie doke. That's looking good. That's looking good. To do, redisplay. So what I'm talking about here is I don't want to like collect entries and tags again. We'll have a way to do that, like with a refresh button. But I would like a way to actually create layout and such nearly all over again. So when we populate the tag array, we basically just say, for every tag, add a thing. But first, we want to now do this differently. So we're going to have something like frame build tag array. Let's try it. So what I'm thinking about is having build tag. So we call this, and this will create this stuff from this stuff. I think that's right. I mean, you can just extract the layout stuff into a separate function, calling it again whenever the selection changes, passing it the selected tags and entries, and yeeting all entries and tags before you display the new selection. I think that's exactly what I'm doing. So build tag from data. Right, and then we're going to void build entry GUI. I think. So building the tag GUI, we want to say tag list. Well, first we want to basically just loop over all tags shown. And this will be tag data at tag index. And what we can do is say tags.add the Wx string of tag.tag.data. Then we're going to want to create the thing, how we did before. The tag list. How do we create the tag list? Here. Create new tag list from tag array. Looks valid to me. Prevent concurrency problems. I think this is what I have to do. So now tag list will actually be rewritten before the old list is freed, which means if we get to this point, we won't end up with a use after free given a process switch or concurrency. Sorry, says, I do realize now that the just there is maybe not the most appropriate. I mean, you can just extract the layout stuff into a separate function, calling again whenever the selection changes, passing it as the selected tags and entries, and yeeting all entries and tags before you display the new selection. It's simple. Just that. Oh, Sir says, I was about to say that maybe I won't have time to look at this later because I still have an assignment I need to do, but it seems that that's actually not until the week after next week, so I'll definitely look at this later. Hey, did I just hear concurrency? Standard mutex go brrr. You are correct, you did hear concurrency. Instead of doing a free and then reassignment, we're doing a reassignment, then a free. So now, if old list exists, it'll be freed, which we can probably just use delete. There we go. So we can build the tag GUI now, because tag list should be a thing. But we're probably, here's the thing. I'd like to replace it like in place. Does that work? Here's the thing. So we have layout, add, tag list, and entry list. How do we do this? We want to mutate this tag list. So maybe this is what the create function is for. So maybe I have to do this. We were looking at that earlier. So the create function may allow us to just replace in place. Is the tag list mutable? It is. It's a pointer. I'm just saying, how do we do it in place? I think we can just do it like that. Because the create takes all the same parameters as the constructor. And that's what we want to do. Unless it's supposed to like create another one, which would be very confusing. Yeah, should be good. So we'll clear tags, rebuild tags, create tag list. Looks pretty good. As for build entry GUI, we're basically going to have to say remove all children. How do I clear? Probably just like that. Oh, passed it. Here's the thing. This just loops over things like this. Alrighty. Sorry, it says if you can iterate over its members and they're not const, then it should be mutable. Yep, you could repurpose existing elements by changing the strings and then insert or remove elements if there are too few or too many. Ah, that's a good point. I see what you're saying. To do. Repurpose existing elements without having to, again, I'll put this up here. Change string in place without having to clear and recreate entire tags, array, and tag list each time. And then we'll do the same thing here. Purpose existing buttons, only changing strings. In place to reduce time spent destroying and rebuilding buttons. Hey. If the library supports it, that is. That should be faster because it could save a ton of allocations if you have like 20,000 files, that is. Yeah, none of this will matter for a long time. That's why they're going in the to-do. So now we just have to call these, build tag GUI and stuff. When would we like to call these? So on tag selection change, we'd like to build tag GUI and build entry GUI. Does this work? I don't think this will work at all. If it does, I'm going to be very surprised. Okay. Okay. Subclassing window twice? Oh no. What happened? It worked. It actually worked. I just can't unselect it now. But it did work. We have the proper... It reduced the tags, didn't reduce the entries. Can't close it. Nice. Very nice. What went wrong? I mean, I'm not sure if it worked, but it did something. You're right. So how are we just doing things? If we don't try and rebuild the GUI, are we really that GUI? Everything's fine. Okay. Also, what great sizing. Everything seems to be working. Try printing selected tags and entries. Ooh, let's do it. Okay. Woo! Slash n instead of endl pog. It's true, we're in a for loop. It now makes sense. Okay, here we go. Hey, it didn't break. Okay, let's figure this out. What should it be? So if I select tightly, properly, then I should end up with... That's an interesting tidbit right there. Oh, Lamau. Where did tag come from? Why was that okay? How did that compile? Okay, whatever. That looks better. Okay, so shown looks like it's all of them. And then, okay, that's another thing that's being confusing. Shown entries. Ah, yes, classic copy-paste programming, Lamau. Sir Aid, you were right. Always where the bugs come from. So if I click linguistics, all of them should still be shown. Selected, just linguistics. Shown, all of them. And shown entries, all of them. That's pretty pog. If I deselect it, again, all of them are shown, but none should be selected. But linguistics isn't being removed from the selected list. So the selected list is breaking hardly, very hard. Tag selected is breaking. And I don't know why. Probably has to do with this, erase. Are you clearing the set of tags? Well, we shouldn't have to clear it because when a tag as selection is changed, it's either inserted or erased. Before you recompute it, that is. That's the thing, we never recompute it. Because selected tags is just a member. So every time it's changed, we just change the one piece in place rather than trying to do anything like that. But it seems like it's not working. Tag selected is a set. You can tell by the insert function being used. It's an unordered set of size t. Let me just check. Set C++ remove. Yeah, then this should work. I agree. So how does it know the difference between an iterator position and an erase element? Huh. You can extract the node that can... Search for CPP reference. I mean, it's here. So that's erase in and of itself. So here's erase, iterator position, or size type erase const key. So how do I do this one? I want to use that one and not this one. How? Why? Unordered set. If pointer at modulo 2 does not equal 0. So if anything in the set is an odd number, erase it. That's exactly how we're doing it. So this size t isn't an iterator. I think it's being treated as an iterator, as you can see. I want it to be a key type. How do I do that? How do I tell it the difference between size t key and size t iterator for index? Do you know? I mean, if this should just work. No, it's not an iterator. Okay, so then if this should just work, why doesn't it? Inserting blah. Oh, I just wrote printf. Erasing blah. Yeah. Okay. So it said erasing 0, and now test tag is selected. What is happening? It is very broken, in case you didn't know. It's a bit hard to see right now. I'm going to select test tag. Erasing 0. That's the opposite of what we wanted to happen. No, not because of the size. Well, I don't know how else to help you then. Because you're printing all the entries too. I don't think it's that hard to see what's happening. We also need to. So if we select this as a test, we can see that we get inserting 1. Even now it's not removed. This is so interesting. Okay, so what you're saying is I should not print out all this stuff? I mean, we don't have to. This will help you out. I'm all for you seeing. There it is. That doesn't make any sense. So for everything but 0, it's erasing. Why? So event.getSelection isn't working? So we're gonna have to do a list box. List box. I don't have it open, do I? Nope. Ooh. Yes. A Wx event list box event. Okay. Is that here? I don't see it. Oh, here it is. So it says nothing about the event or what data it has. Are you sure getSelection is the right thing to call? I mean, no, but I'm not sure what else it would be. We have event.getSelection, event type, timestamp, client data, event user data. It seems like getSelection would be where what we need, but if it's not, that would suck. So what's its ID? We're going to print its ID. We're going to print its int. Print its string. We're going all out. Okay. So we're just going to click the same one on and off and see which one of these changes. Hopefully one of them. And if it's none of them, then we're going to have to keep track of it ourselves, which would be ridiculous. Yeah, look, they're all the same every time. Look at that. Every time. So none of these have to do with whether or not it's selected, which seems dumb. So you can see that in select and int both get set based on the ID, and the ID never gets set. This is makes sense. There is selection. Is checked. Okay, there's more. Oh boy. Also, Sir Aid, thank you so much for helping out. So checked is always 1. This is so annoying. Select 2 is what we need. Okay. This is what we need. So it's literally, instead of get, it's is. RIP. Also, this might be backwards. Oh, Suraid says it's not backwards. isSelection returns true if it is a selection, false if it is a deselection. Hey. Okay, I think that's working. Time to print. Whoops. What do we get? What do we get? Okay, so test tag selected, test tag not selected, test tag selected. You can see shown entries gets down. Look at that beautifulness. What about test tag then? This is a test. That's a bit worrying. Sorry, it says, all right, this is already looking promising. Never mind, rip. You're right. It's nearly there. See, the shown entries part is working. The tags, the shown tags, not working. Because this is not working. What is this? What the fuck? Oh no. What happened here? What the fuck happened here? You're printing the wrong string? Ah, I am. Wow, the copy-paste. The copy-paste strikes again. Again, not sure how that compiles. Like, where are we getting tag from? There's no... tag is coming from up here. Entry was coming from there. That's a whole mess. Maybe it's working? Hey, it actually seems to be working. Why? Why does it never work? Whatever. So you can see, when we create one, test tag is now selected. There's only one shown entry, but shown tags is still incorrect. If I select linguistics, you see both entries are still shown. If I select phonics, you can see only one entry is shown. So everything except shown tags is working. So this is broken. We are always getting You're computing the union, not the intersection. That's on purpose. But there's only one, and we're getting all of them. Do you see the issue? We want the union, because if test.txt has a tag, but testing.txt doesn't, we still want to show the one that test has. But when we select, for example, test tag, when only one of them has, or tightly, you can see, I guess that did work. Wait, does it work and I'm just a dumb? See, test tag here doesn't work. It should hide a bunch of these. Does that make sense? Am I insane? This doesn't have test tag, testing.txt, as shown by the hidden entry. But we're now getting other tags that are not within this entry. So for every tag, if all shown entries contain this tag, no, if any, so for every shown entry, if any one of them contains this tag, add it to the shown tags list. So we could say are we just not clearing it? How do you clear a set? Is that literally all it is? I could be wrong. I could be very wrong. That would make a lot of sense that we didn't just do that. I think that was it. It's now working. Okay. Okay. Now, do thing. That should be it. Sir Aid says, I did ask you if you were clearing the set earlier. Nah, you asked me if I was clearing the other set, the selected tags set, which doesn't need cleared. But you did ask me that earlier. It was just about a different set. You're right. Ooh. So I think it's saying we're adding the same window twice. It's sort of working. So I think clear is what's happening when we use on the sizer. Here, I think this is the problem. So how do we remove, like redo a sizer? You know what I mean? Sizer. I'm gonna start closing some crap. This is a little insane. Uh-huh. Oh boy. Yeah, leave that open. Don't need that. Okay, what are we doing? Sizer. Programming guide. Sizer. I mean, I just want to box sizer and figure out what clear does. Detaches all children from the sizer. Well, Sir Id says, just delete and rebuild the entire frame, lol. That would work. So this should work when we call clear. And then we should be able to attach the same thing again. What else do we have? What is insert versus add? Oh, Lord. Just checking at what I got. So the issue is we have this sizer, which is like a layout. And initially, the reason we want to edit it in place is because we have a sizer set on our main frame, and in that sizer, we have this sizer, entry list. So we want to just have this entry list be updated in place. But that means that we need some crazy stuff to go on. What do you think it is? So entry list has to recreate itself. And for some reason, this doesn't work. One way to find out. See, it still says add child called twice. But it does work. So I can no longer select and deselect things. As you can see over here, it doesn't do anything. It's just this is a test and test tag only. Oof. Sir Aid says, insert versus add is the same difference as get selection versus is selection. All of these are totally not arbitrary names and totally logical and straightforward, of course. Exactly. No problems whatsoever. Just be smart. So what if we tell it to delete windows? It's just a Hail Mary at this point. I don't think it's going to work. Well, we definitely deleted them. Okay. So that didn't help. Sorry, imagine not immediately understanding the difference between insert and add, shaking my head. Imagine. Lamau. I gotta stop streaming. It's been like 6 hours. I don't know. I don't care enough right now. So, for every entry in shown entries, create a button and add it to this list. But then we'd like to eventually clear the list. So what if we tried to not create anything new? Can we just clear the list and have no problems? Is this okay? We still get add child called twice, so it's not happening where I thought it did, and also it didn't work. So it's like it's a problem before we even get to build entry GUI. So for every shown entry, add a button to the list. So insert has an index. So you can insert it at a specific position. Okay, whereas add just adds to the end or the beginning or whatever. So is the entry list being dealt with anywhere else? No, that's pretty much it. I think the error pop-up has the file and line number. Does it really? Oh, it does. It has win.cmn.cpp 1334. Assert get children find wx window child failed and add child called twice. Win cmn wincommon.cpp, which is from msw window.cpp. Assert not m old wind proc failed in subclass win. Subclassing window twice? What does subclassing a window mean? Nah, mean? I don't know what's going on. I mean, we have frame subclassed because we inherit from Wx frame, but we're not trying to inherit twice. Like I'm not sure what it's implying. I'm not sure. So we're going to stage moving app and frame downwards. All of that. And binding those. And then the git ignore, why not? And we can commit the commit there. And say moving, making progress slowly. I don't really care about the message right now. Push that upstream and begin to think about this. We're trying Google. Seems like we should call layout. I mean, I doubt it. We'll see. Definitely not. I can't type. So it wasn't layout. Is this person even asking the right thing? Display images, table equals get table, for pointer and card images, pointer destroy, grid size or detach. Card images dot clear. Well, that's what we're calling as well. They have a lowercase c because it's probably a vector or something. So they clear out the vector, and they only rely on detaching. So if we don't call clear, and all we do is detach, well, we'd have to know what to detach, which would be like all the entries not shown, which isn't really ideal. I'd love to just clear it and build it anew. That's the whole point. Sorry, it says also unrelated, but if you're interested, check out hackingcpp.com. That's the site I mentioned earlier. It has a lot of cheat sheets for algorithms and stuff. For example, here's one about string view. Nice. Very nice. Uh-huh. This is in Python. See, there's no call after or anything like that. Well, we'll see what it... So we would like to destroy the controls as well as the derived windows, the child windows. It says see static text and stuff. Oh god, this is old. No. Where did it bring us? Wx button? I think we have it open. Yeah, it's right here. Wx button. We're looking at button because I want to figure out how this works. Why does this not work? This. Ah, I'm getting it now. I'm getting it now. I'm onto it. Okay. 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 So I'm pretty sure we have to detach it from ourself. Is that possible? So the button, as you can see, requires a pointer to the frame. So if we're trying to create a button that's already been created, maybe that's what's happening? How do we truly delete a button? Can we say button.delete? So button destroy. Does that work? Doesn't say. So if we call destroy on the old button, shouldn't it get rid of it? So do we have to keep track of all the buttons and get rid of the ones that we used before? That would suck if we can't just use clear. Is that true? What if I don't delete anything? I mean, I just want to replace this sizer. I don't really care if it's a giant memory leak right now. That's fixable. Still nothing. Subclassing window twice. That's so annoying. Okay. Does anybody... Nope. This looks right. This is exactly our problem. You cannot call create on the same object more than once. RIP. That's definitely what's going on then. Be great if that was anywhere in the documentation, like right here in the documentation that actually pops up and I read. It's literally just not there. There's no documentation. Okay, so we can't call create. We're gonna have to set a bunch of stuff then. We can't set count. Okay, set n. What is it? Set size. Sure. So what is tagless set? that literally all I need to do? Oh my. Nearly. You may notice an issue. I can never actually remove anything from the selected list, first of all. Second of all, they reset each time. So now we can set a given index within this new list. Okay. See, we already have that. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Did I just fix it? I think I just fixed it. We will see. There's still big issues down here, I think. Hey! Invalid index. How is it an invalid index? So, in the tag list, interestingly enough, that doesn't help us. Okay, so we can add this tag to the list, but whether it's selected or not is based on an index into this array. But the index into this array, or vector I should say, or whatever, has nothing to do with the index into this array, because that's done here. Am I talking crazy? Am I making this more complicated than it needs to be? I feel like I am. I'm gonna have to use the restroom very soon. Should probably just stop streaming, considering it's been 6 hours, and I haven't done anything else. So I need to set these tags as selected, but I don't actually know where they are. I don't know their index. I could just add to the tag struct a list index. And when I'm creating this, I could say tag.listindex equals tags.index. Tags.count. GetCount is preferred API. Tags.getCount. Okay. Why is this mad? Size T, size T? Because it's const. It's no longer const. So now the list index is set here. Does that even make any sense? An alternative would be to create a list. Here, let's try this. create a list of tags, right? And these could be the things that we use. So these would be list selected tags. So we'll do tag selected list. List index. So that's probably -1. Alrighty. So now we have all of these selected list indices. And all we need to do is say for each one of these list indices. And then that was complicated. I think it's fine though. I think it's fine. Do you think it's fine, chat? Ah, yes. They're all always selected. Okay. So for every tag that is shown, if it's selected, so now if it is selected, then we will simply add it to a new list. This is a horrible way to do this, by the way. Hey, look, it worked. Not quite. We can never deselect now. You can deselect, just not the first one. Oh, and that one is always no. What have I done? How did I break it this badly? I think I now need to call layout, by the way. See. Nearly. It's just we got some problems with selecting and deselecting now. What do we got? What do we got? Build and run, build and run. See, we can just no longer deselect for some reason. So it's being set as selected even though it shouldn't. We'll set it to true explicitly, I guess. I don't know. That's probably the default. I don't care. So we add the tag data as a string to the tag string array, which we then use. But if tag selected contains tag index, that means it is both should be shown and is selected, meaning, hey, insert that bad boy. And if it is, I don't know. We'll just say tag index is shown and selected. So we should see nothing. And then the first time I click, 0 is shown and selected. I clicked it again and it says 0 is shown and selected once more, and test tag has not been removed. So let's print out only the selected tags. Figure out what the hell's going on. So selected tags. It's always test tag. I can add this as a test and remove it. I can never add 0. So this seems like an index thing going wrong. Somehow. All right, if anybody knows what's going on, I know I've lost half my viewers at this point. I'm about to end the stream, so it's perfect. I'll take this time to say, go check out the YouTube if you haven't before. Check out those broadcasts from before. Check out compiler work. And check out my GitHub. Sorade says, all right, I'm back. Hey. But yeah, check out my GitHub down below in the About section. And then you can also, if you I'd very much appreciate it if you could check out that donate button. I will read your message on stream if you leave one, etc. I just unlocked community posts. That's good. Sorry, it says, have you found the problem? I did. You can only call create one time. So when we were rebuilding our tag list, we actually called create. So we actually have to call set on tags instead of create here. But the problem with that is that the selections don't stay. So now we're trying to keep track of the selections, which we have to, which are both shown and selected, in which we have to reselect in the new list. So it says, ah, yes, of course. You want to see how it's working? How we're doing it is we have a set of indices into the list, the tag list array, right? The tags array. And using that index, these indices in this set, which we only add if it is selected and shown, then we set the selection at that index in the tag list. Seems like it makes sense, right? And let me show you why it doesn't. So I'm just going to select test tag. And you can see we even get test.txt now, exactly how we should. If I try and deselect, there's one issue. I cannot deselect. And I'm not sure why. You know? Just not possible. Can't deselect. And then, if I try and select linguistics, can't select it. Are you clearing the list of selected tags? I don't think I have to. It's a local function. It's not a member or anything. We don't ever have to clear the list of selected tags, as before we've said. We already know that. The selected tags get updated based on when tags are selected or not selected. Sorry, it says I see. But yeah, so these indices are inserted here using the tags count. And then we add a new string. And then we say, okay, use tags count, right? That thing. And set the selection there. Are you rebuilding everything in the right order? It doesn't matter the order. We're going based off this index, this number. It's an unordered set, so if it mattered what order we went in, that would be a huge deal. So we have a tag index, which we get a tag from, but then we actually get a list index, which is in this tags list, which is an array of tags. of strings. So the index into this tags array is what we store in this list, in this set, this list index. And then we use the list index. I mean, maybe you're using old information to compute the selected tags or something like that. I mean, we can look. So here, where do we set the selected tags? I mean, it's here. There's not really old information here. Nah, I mean, because tag selected gets indexed into the actual tags vector or set or whatever it is. It's a vector. So we're inserting an index. And then that index, we say, okay, if we come across another tag with that index, this tag index, if it's also shown, right? Then add it to this list, but add tags.getCount instead of tags.whatever. Okay, the insert erase part looks fine. Yes. So tags selected list index.insert tags.getCount. Is there another term other than count? Like, is it size? See, I don't see that. See, the only thing we can get on it is count. Let's just print out the count then as well. I'm just curious. 0 is shown in selected, 2. The reason it's 2 is because it's 0, 1, 2, the second one here. But then we're just stuck. Okay. I'm just seeing what methods we have. Do we have like enable? We have enable. Do we have to enable it? Probably not. Basically, I'm just worried that set selection means we can't actually change it as the user anymore. I just don't know how it works, to be honest. So what happens when we go the first time round? It works. Everything's fine. But then when we try and deselect, we should end up here. We'll get this tag. We're getting linguistics 2. There's the issue. See? We found it. So getInt is returning the wrong number now because it's not the same as our index. So the event has to have some way to know which one we're actually selecting. Does that make any sense? That makes sense. So the problem with getInt is it doesn't refer to the actual ID that we feed it, apparently. So it's just, so we need to set ID. Of its children, of each of its children. How do we do that? We're going to need to loop over all of its So find item maybe? Here's the thing. We're going to have to loop over all of them and set the ID to a proper thing so that it's not wrong. You know what I mean? So we have append. Can we append a string with an ID? You know what I mean? It looks a bit like the index is wrong. Yeah. So the problem is this getInt here. So the event, the Wx command event, needs to actually have the house the proper ID. So that sets the actual ID of the tag list itself. So how do I loop over the items, list box items? Does this work? Doesn't. Okay. So we have to figure out how to loop over the items. Can you inherit from whatever widget it is and add an extra member to it or something? That's how you do it in Qt. Inherit from whatever widget it is. It's a list box. What do you mean add a member to it? I don't know what you're saying. It already has the member. It already has an int or an ID or whatever. We have to pass it through an event. It doesn't have to be stored in the tag list. The problem is the event doesn't have the data. The event has a fixed set of data, one of which is ID and int. So if we can set the ID to the proper thing, then it will not matter. Now I just have to figure out how to set the ID of every single tag that we added to the tag list, or every single list box item in the list box. Right? I don't know. It's just me. Iterate over all tags? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Is there a begin or something? No, there is not. We just went over that. No begin. I'm looking at the list box. Uh-huh. Okie doke. We're gonna have to figure it out. So we have a count-based thing. Okay. So we're gonna have to say so we want to somehow get its child. So get item? What is get item? Allows to get the item and use set xxx functions to set its appearance. That's perfect. Ah, there's no set ID. Is that a joke? There's literally no ID. Okay. This is annoying. So how is it? What is this then? Get int. You might be able to use a range-based for loop with that. I don't care. So there's literally no ID, anything. Okay, so what if it's not get item? We get name, which is a string, get rect, get count, get sizer, get caret, get first, get label, get string, get border, get cursor, get handle, get parent, get top item, get max size, get min size, get palette, get ref data, get strings. Get children. That may be it. It's a Wx window list. I'm confused. It's a window list node pointer. Oh, maybe it's a function. That's probably it. You can do get children on the tag list. Okay. Set key integer. Set data. I don't think I should be touching this stuff. Ah, okay. Set integer of list box items. C++ Wx Widgets, baby. We just get the list box class reference. That looks a little fishy. We'll get there. I know I can get the number with get count. Yeah. What if we can't change this integer? How do we deal with that then? Yeah. Okay. So Sir Aid, thank you. With the get children. Okay. Okay. We're gonna try. We can now try. I don't even know what to do about this. So now what ID do I need to set it to? I need to set, okay, so index should be assigned to index so tags shown, right? We have tags shown. So now we just need an ordered set of the actual tags that we added. Oh, Christ. I could be insane. Also, thank you, Saraid, for the get children. We've done it. What happened? Oh, what? Why are you mad? Unused variable. Okay. So we need to... Okay, ordered set. And we're going to insert tag index. Now we can... How do you iterate two things at once? I don't think this will work, but I'm going to try. I feel like there should be a simpler way of doing this. Well, if you know what it is, let me know. In a range-based loop, write your own custom iterator, lol. It sucks. See, C++ is like, remember all that stuff in C that we allowed? Yeah, no longer do we do that. I know you used it all the time, but, you know, fuck you. So we need an iterator, a set iterator. Okay. Then in here, we just want to, how do we make it the next one? How do you increment an iterator? Do I just do that? Is that fine? Just increment this iterator like that? Sraid says, yeah. Alrighty. How do I get the actual data from this iterator? Star it to get the value. Okay. Okay. Jesus Christ. This is a mess. Nope. Still getting the wrong one. Damn. What does setRef data do? Can I pass data through? Right? Because I can access the event object. How do I, what does that mean? See, I can get ref data. Know what I mean? I can get ref data. I'm hoping that the ID stays. Also, this is going to break things. God damn it. You can iterate over multiple containers at once using standard view zip in C++23, that is. I don't think any standard library vendor has implemented that yet. RIP. Okay. ID and int are both 0. Uh-huh. So ID is always 0 still. Fuck, man, why? That's so annoying. So we need a custom data, which has a client data. Man. Is this placement new? What the fuck? Or is it just a... I think it's just a const pointer, which is odd. Set client object to my data. And then an on button, you cast the event object into an event handler? What? And then cast get client object from event object. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So for some reason, we can't set the ID of the goddamn children in the list box. And because of that, we're going to have to like pass custom data through an event. New buffer type blah is placement new. It looked very similar, but you're correct. But yeah, this person right here, by the way, Double Max, shout out to them in 2006. You cannot call create on the same object more than once. Oh, Christ. See, that's not going to really work. Because I don't have a goddamn event table. It's the old way. Wonderful. Okay, let's think about what else we could do. So it says joined 2006. The post is from 2019. Ah, bless. I can't read those things anyway. God, this is so annoying. So annoying. We can't set the ID. What is ref data then? Yeah, what is it? Just a type def to ref counter and is used by W. Okay, this looks doable. So we have ref data. Oh God, fucking why? Ref data, which we inherit from, which has a thing. Use that member whenever the library passes the object back to you. Well, we don't even get the object is the thing. We just get an event. The event has a client object or event object, right? But what is this? Right? It's not known what type this is. Like what is this child type? A window? Right? So we cast it to a window. Do we need a subclass window? We need a sub. Do you see what I'm saying? What is this event object? It's like, okay, we can get this thing, which is just any Wx object that I assume triggered the event. Hence, it's the event object. So if we get this object, how do we we can't do anything on it. It just, we have get ref data, set ref data, ref, unref, share. It's just annoying that we can't set the ID. And I don't know why we can't. It doesn't make any sense. It's quite annoying. I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do. I don't. What can I set here, right? What, like, how can I do this? Maybe I'm just dumb and I'm not getting it. We can set size. So if I subclass like the list box, how would that help? We're still just gonna have this horrible index mess. I think this may work. Why are you not working? You are working. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. We map the tag list indices right? The index within tag list, we map that to the index within tag data. Saraid says, hear me out, in quotes. Oh no. You are correct. Oh no. So we map the index within the tag list to the index within tag data. So I insert a key value, I presume. So index within tag list to the actual tag's index. Now, we don't need to set the ID of each child. Because here's the thing. When we do getInt or getID, see, first we have to look up in tag list indices so from this list index, we get our proper index. Oh God, please work. Oh, it's not going to work. I know that's not going to work, though. What is this on about? No type named value type in standard iterator traits long unsigned int? You can't have size t to size t. You can't map two numbers to each other. Is that true? Oh, this is so bullshit. I hate C++ so much. It doesn't like whatever you're inserting. This is stupid. I mean, what's going wrong? Yeah, underscore enable. Fuck you. I'm getting mad at my computer. Should I use in place? Like, what do I do? Do map key equals value. What is insert for then? I mean, if it's how you do it, that's okay. Why wouldn't the insert work? And if it doesn't, why does it exist? Ugh, I hate C++. It's okay, because we'll get something done. Oh, good. Yeah, that's always good. I mean, it works. Just press ignore each time, and it's fine. Insert takes an iterator? What? How does that make any sense? How do you create an iterator for a size t? They're like, iterator? Size t? Tell me I'd have to do that? I don't get it. Too few arguments. What could you possibly need? Because it's after the add, we have to add -1 to the count. If we use the count, then add, doesn't matter. Oh, good. Doesn't matter. in the standard library C++, insert is for inserting something from another container. Like if you want to insert all elements from one map into another. Oh, Christ. Okay. So, what is going wrong? Can you print a map? You can't print a map. How do you print a map? Okay. Oh my. RPWH says give debug trait, Kappa. That's right. Just implement a trait. Easy. I think it's for const auto key value map entries. Oh, nice. I didn't even know you could do that. Okay. It says map. Can't do it. Christ. Well, then the map is empty. Well, I would doubt that because there's things we're printing here, but they're not happening. Maybe they're just not in the flush. We can try. I'm pretty sure it's just the map is causing the assertion somewhere in here. If it's not printing anything, then the map is empty, or it's reaching an assertion somewhere in here. See what I mean? We're never reaching here. It's just stopping here and asserting. So something here breaks everything. Fair. I don't remember how these work. Is that right at all? I don't remember. I don't remember anything. Oh, Christ. Okay. So I can just catch all like this. Yes. How do I print it? Probably like that. Excuse me. Is that what I do? Surraid says, forget a semicolon, but you got the gist. Do the, yeah. Exactly. We did it. We did it. Thank you, Surraid. Yeah, it worked great. Wrap the entire function, he says. If it's just happening somewhere else entirely, that's going to be so annoying. There we go. There you go. What the fuck? So map at is mad? That's it? I just get map at? Oh, I fucking hate this. C++ can eat my ass. I fucking hate it. This is awful. I'd rather write pure C any day. But there's no GUI widget libraries in pure C. It fucking sucks. It throws if the key doesn't exist. That doesn't help. Which map at is it? Why map at is it? It doesn't help me. Like, how does... You can check if the key exists using if map contains key. Check every use of map at. This language sucks. I hate it. I used to be like on the fence. C++ is okay. You can use it for a lot of things. This is the worst. Please never write anything in C++ ever again. Oh my god. Oh yeah, just check every use of map at. It's that easy. Fucking stupid language. Also, you can just debug it and set a breakpoint using a proper debugger. Sure. Yeah, you'd have to set a breakpoint and then step through to every map at, which would be horrible. You'd literally just be stepping through a whole function manually. This is just awful. That's not a good solution. The language is designed terribly, and it sucks. To be honest, I couldn't do better, but I'm a 20-year-old idiot, so the people that have been working on this for 30 years, seems like maybe they should make a little more progress. RPWH says, I'm following a book about ray tracing and it's all written in C++. C++ is a bit stinky. No, it's very stinky. I hate it. With just printf debugging, this is bound to be horrible. Well, Visual Studio time, I'd say. Well, then we have to download an entire new version of Wx Widgets so that we can have it work with MSVC. So yeah, if you want to do that, go for it. I could use GDB, which I can. I just don't want to. I'd rather do this. And it's stupid that you can't just do @s or @safe, and they already could fucking implement this because it's a problem I'm sure every programmer runs into when they're using maps or similar. Commit and I'll debug it on Linux, Lamau. I only need one version of the library for that. Same. But that's only because you're using the same compiler. Like if you had GDB and Clang, you'd still need two different versions of the library. So saying you don't need two versions, it's just because you're not doing the same thing. I get what you're saying. There would be no extra work if this thing were a submodule. Right, we just have to wait 45 minutes for Wx Widgets to compile under MSVC. No problem. Easy solution. Can we assert? Perfect. Why are you mad? Okay, so that's not a map. Wonderful. So we only have to worry about the map. Where's the map? Take data. Entry data. Take data. Christ. Please, tell me we've done it. Please. Just assert 0. It is this app. Please. Sorry, it says, I'm being serious, by the way. I can take a look at this with a proper debugger if you'd like. Well, we found it. It is this at. So it is empty. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Ah! Does not contain something. And that would be event.getInt. What does it not contain? You can also just abort or standard terminate instead of assert 0, by the way. Less. Does not contain 0. How does it contain nothing? I honestly don't get it. Tag list indices. Because this doesn't run the first time. That's the only issue. So because this doesn't run, maybe no tags are shown? Maybe. Good evening, says Rohan. What's up, Rohan? How's it going? Thank you so much for tuning in. How are you doing? We are hating C++ right now because it's incredibly inconsistent and the standard library is like a squirrel on steroids. And yeah, we're doing good. Also, if you select a new item, is there supposed to be an entry for that item in the map? If you select a new item, is there supposed to be an entry for that item in the map? I don't know what that means because it wasn't already selected. If you select a new item, what is item? If you select a new tag, is there supposed to be an entry for that tag in the map? No, it only matters if they're shown or not. And if one is selected, it must be shown, so. Does the map contain all selected tags or all tags? Neither. It contains all shown tags. Rohan says, great, hating on programming languages is always the right way, Kappa. Rohan says, I'm doing okay, probably got corona from school, so yeah, got some free time now. Hey, you got that quarantine. That's pretty pog, that's pretty pog. Any plans you have with your time off? You just plan to chillax. So it's in frame. Because I just need to create it one-to-one. Rohan says, just played some games the whole evening and now I'm chillin'. As long as you're not too sick to play games, you're good to go. Hey, fuck yeah. Video games are a great choice with some extra free time. Sir Aid says, are you adding all shown, that is all tags, to the map when you first load them? I am not. That was the issue. When you load the tags for the first time, that is. Yep. That was our little issue. We should think about calling could we just call build tag GUI and not do any of this? Because if this works, that'd be nice. I don't think it'll work. Rohan says, why are you building a GUI in C++ though? Because I can't build it in C. Exited abnormally with code 5. Rohan! You must be proud. Just for you, Rohan. We got that delicious code 5. Fuck it. Rohan says, nice! Right on time. Hey. Sir Aid says, I suppose that means we can't call build tag GUI there. You'd be correct. Oh my god, did it just work? Oh. Oh. Ooh. It worked! Okay. Well, would you look at that? Chat, would you look at that? Rohan says you're welcome. Would you look at that? You're welcome. Sir Aid says, it seems that standard map works just fine so long as you use it correctly. Pog Bones from RPWH. Thank you so much, Rory. Hey. Shout out Rory, the most recent contributor to the channel. Oh. We just have to figure out what to do when we actually click these buttons. What do we do? I mean, can I just call Explorer? It's like if I just call explorer.exe on, oh my, C note. And then let's say like testing.txt. Uh-oh. Well, that would work. Did anybody knew that worked? Hey. This is what I thought would happen. Well, I thought we would just open up an actual Explorer and it would just show me, like, have this selected. MouseX says, can't you display the file in an additional panel? No need. Yes, we could. I think I can kill this Emacs. Okay, I'm good. That or system start file. Same thing. Okay. Is there a way? Okay, I know what to do. Easy peasy. Mm-hmm. Let's wait to create a macro. Cross-platform. Let's figure out what we actually need to do first and where. So when we, where is it? On click. There we go. We're going to have the same issue here, I believe. We'll see. Okay, we'll see. You can remove the file name and show the directory somehow using standard file system. Oh, Sir Aid, you are so close. Not quite, but very close. We're going to use standard file system to determine if it is a directory or not. Or a regular file. So if it's not a directory, guess what? Append /... to file path. That'll get us the parent directory. How about that? I'd just put an ifdef in the function rather than make it a macro. Yeah, you're probably right. Uh-huh. If ... does not return a directory, good luck. All I can say. What is it? Is that it? I don't even remember. Something like that. Linux with 2 underscores. You can do file path plus equals. That's so Java. That's so Java. Oh no, I didn't know you could do that. Why? This is how often I work with user space C++, by the way. C++ is fine on the kernel level. On the user space level, using the standard library, horrid. What is Apple, by the way? C preprocessor directives OS. __ Apple. Or mock. Linux has Linux, FreeBSD, Android, and Unix. Okay. Platform is not supported. Cannot implement file opening feature. Sure. Is this okay? Or is this a no-no? Is calling system on a string not okay? On Linux, it's xdg open. On Mac, it's open. Bless. Also, elifdef is C++23. Then we'll just use elif defined. Doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. Whoops. And we'll keep it in each one. Why not? Make sure you put the file path in quotes, single quotes, in case it contains spaces. Listen, if you have spaces in file paths, there may be something wrong with you. No, I'm just kidding. Are we cool? Why are you mad? It does shell expansion, is why we use single quotes. Ah, 80. Okay. The time has come. Fuck. Damn it. I was really hoping that would work, too. Ah, shit, man. The best part is I didn't even print anything out. I can't even tell what goes wrong. I mean, it did something. Print the path, maybe? Yeah, this maybe. It should just be /.. We do ./test.txt/... So we need the path separator, most likely. Why do you do this? So is this a thing? We can't append that. So you're telling me to do this? We have it. Right? File path. Okay. You can also do path / equals. That's terrifying. I don't like that at all. This is another reason why C is quite confusing. C++, not C. C is fine. C is confusing, yes. Just not this Java confusing. Jesus. Rohan says, that looks horrible, to be honest. It does, but I don't know how to solve it. Fuck. Yeah, so the single quotes are breaking things, aren't they? Fucking single quotes. Ruining everything. See, it works there. It nearly worked there.